Centre will be the home of the Council and committee meetings for the time being. And we thank the Management Committee for their support in accommodating our request to use the venue. The agenda was issued last Monday, 15th of May. A supplementary agenda which contained details of 3 deputation requests which were received after the agenda was issued by email on Friday, 19th of May. There are in total 5 for the swimming pools report. And it will be William Lawless, Labbott High School, NYSP's Tamsin, Alicia and Daniel, Ewan Lowe, Scottish Swimming, and Kieran McGuckin will be speaking as well. The deputation request will be considered at the start of item 4. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting of the Council on the YouTube channel. And can members please refrain from talking during or commenting on speeches by other councillors and remain respectful to other people's point of view. I will introduce breaks at appropriate stages in the meeting. I may vary the order of the business in order to best manage the business conducted. Given the business before the Council, it is likely that the meeting will break for lunch at an appropriate point in the agenda around 1 p.m. Lunch is provided. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raise hand icon on screen. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate. But at that point, it is your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention even by cutting in verbally. Otherwise, you may miss your chance to speak. And for those members joining remotely, you should ensure your camera is turned on during all the proceedings. And can members ensure, or all participants ensure your mobile phone is switched off or is on silent? Mr. Moody will now take the said on.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Yes.
Councillor Anslow. I'll come back to Councillor Anslow. Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes. Councillor Brown.
Present.
Councillor Buchanan. I'll come back to Councillor Buchanan. Councillor Bundy.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Yep.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
Yep.
Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
Apologies.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Pattison.
Present.
Apologies have been submitted on behalf of Councillor Patrick, Councillor Redmond,
Present.
Councillor Ritchie,
Present.
Councillor Robertson,
Present.
Councillor Sinclair,
Present.
Councillor Spears,
Present.
Councillor Steinbank,
Present.
and I'll come back to Councillor Hans to see if
Councillor Anslow did submit her apologies. I understood that she'd done so to officers as well.
Thank you. That's been noted now, Shannon. Councillor Buchanan, we're not able to hear you in the room.
Can you hear me now?
I can. Thank you very much. We've
Thank
noted
you.
your presence. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. The first item of business is the local policing plan 23-26. Well, my apologies. Declarations of interest. Get ahead of myself. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? No. So first item of business, local policing plan 23 to 26. And it's a report by the Chief Executive, and Mr. Laurie will summarise the report and the recommendations, and then local police commander, Chief Superintendent Barry Blair will present the policing plan. Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning to all. So this report presents the Police Scotland Local Policing Plan 2023 to 26 for the Falkirk Council area. The plan sets out the priorities and objectives for the local council area and is a statutory requirement of the Police and Fire Reform Scotland Act 2012. The recommendation is that the council approves the Police Scotland Local Policing Plan for the Falkirk area. The plan itself is attached as an appendix to the report, and we're joined today, as you said, Provost, by Chief Superintendent Barry Blair, who's the local police commander for the Forth Valley Division. And with your agreement, Provost, I propose that the Chief Superintendent now introduces the police plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laurie. Over to you, Chief Superintendent.
Thank you. Good morning, Provost. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you, Kenneth. As Ken said there, it's my pleasure this morning to present the Police Scotland Local Police Plan for 23-26 for the Falkirk Council area, with a view that that plan can be recommended this morning. The Chief Executive has covered the statutory framework within which the plan is situated, and I suppose since the conclusion of the last plan, there's some commentary in the plan itself just in relation to the milestones and the activities that were undertaken and achieved during that period. But like many in fact, like all of our plans during that period, we were buffeted to a considerable degree by the COVID pandemic. And I hope that through that you saw, the really sterling effort and work that was undertaken by local police across the Falkirk Council area, and indeed nationally in relation to our collective response to that period. But within that, there's still some really significant work being undertaken and some really, really good work achieved over that period. And it's in that context that I'm delighted to bring forward the plan for the coming 3 years. The priorities within the plan are set out on the back of quite extensive framework, and the link, as you'll see within the covering paper, they're linked to Scottish Government national outcomes, they're linked to our own national priorities, but really importantly and fundamentally importantly, I think for Forth Valley Division and for Falkirk area, is that they're informed by the communities up. So we do a number of consultative exercises and I suppose foremost our Your Police Survey, which is one of the biggest, if not the biggest in the UK, in terms of understanding and taking a sense check from communities as to what matters most to them. I'm grateful to people in this room who have had early sight of drafts of the plan and have engaged positively in the feedback that have helped shape those priorities. Touching on the priorities then, so the local policing priorities for the Falkirk Council area are protecting people most at risk of harm, being responsive to the concerns of our communities, it's road safety and road crime, it's enhancing our collective resilience to emerging threats, and really importantly, and particularly now, promoting confidence through our actions. We police with consent, we police with the consent of the public, and it's absolutely paramount that we have public confidence in taking forward the activities and actions that are outlined in the plan itself. You'll see within the plan, and I don't intend to rehearse them, but within and under each of those priorities there are specific areas of focus, and then within that there are particular activities and items that we intend to discharge over the coming 3 years, and that will be the framework against which we report on progress and which we report on the activity of policing in through both the scrutiny committee and the other means through which we avail ourselves of scrutiny over that period. So I'm happy to take questions on any element of that and activities underlined it, but certainly I think fundamentally important for policing in this area. We have built on and continue to prioritise a community policing approach. We are absolutely committed to being connected to and engaged with our communities, and hopefully you'll see within the context of that plan the activities are outlined for the 3 years the plan spans. That shines through, and it's certainly the ethos with which we intend to police the communities of Falkirk for the years ahead. So I'm happy, Provost, to open up to any questions on that.
Okay, thanks very much, Chief Superintendent. We've always had a good relationship with the police, and some of us have recently met with the new Chief Superintendent, Lindsay Kidd, and for those who haven't met with her, I would encourage them to meet up and have a chat, maybe a walk around the area. So we'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you to Barry for bringing forward the local policing plan. I think it's important that we do as a council look to support the police as our partners. Similarly, they look to support us. There's a lot of synergies in the policing plan with the Falkirk plan. However, I just wanted to ask a wee bit around one of the areas of stronger and more resilient communities, and how we are going to do that in dealing with issues around antisocial behaviour, because we know that antisocial behaviour has become much more prevalent, particularly since COVID. And right now it is an issue right across all our communities, and I know that our colleagues, particularly within housing services, are working very closely with the police on that. But it's about how we can give the assurances to our communities as part of that policing plan that it will be a priority.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and I suppose fundamentally it is a key priority for us, and it is an area which we need to respond to collectively. I think there's a number of issues, certainly post-COVID in terms of behaviours. I was even listening to the radio this morning where some of the types of behaviours now actually reporting of antisocial behaviour is actually down, but I don't think that's what communities feel, and I don't think that's the feedback or the sense that we have. So we need to unpack that a little bit. And again, just over the weekend, so some really stark instances, in Dunnipace with the vandalism of the football pitch out there, and it's that type of behaviour that we need to get on top of. But I agree with you that it's something we need to do in partnership, and certainly my community teams right up and through the area commander, Lindsay, that the Provost mentioned there. It's a key area of work we want to work in. We are working in partnership. I think one of the key vehicles for that will be through the community safety group, in terms of how we respond to particularly emerging issues. And you'll have seen, I'm sure, I hope, some of the really good work we've done across some of the town centres where antisocial behaviour has began to bubble up. I actually went out on a walk around. I did a back shift with Lindsay in the Falkirk Town Centre just on the back of some issues we've had, and we saw some of that in terms of accessing the transport network and the train systems and such like, which is all very positive. But again, we just need to be able to flex and be able to respond to that and deal with issues. But you have my absolute guarantee that it is and remains a priority. We've had that feedback from communities, and it sits core within that plan.
Thank you, Barry. But I also think it would be appropriate to mention the other partnership and the CCTV hub and the partnership with our colleagues in the police, and the award that they won recently, and congratulate the team on that, because obviously that is a key area for keeping our communities safe. The other question I wanted to ask is probably a wee bit speculative, Barry. It's about where do you think we could look at perhaps shared resources, recognising that there's significant pressures financially both on local authorities and within Police Scotland, and if there's better synergies that we could build on that could bring our two organisations closer together and supporting communities.
So thank you. I will just touch on the CCTV award. It was actually it was a great day presenting Divisional Commanders Awards. It's nice when you get to celebrate success, and that team are a really valuable asset in terms of our wider policing response. And again, over the weekend, were really proved invaluable in relation to an incident that we had in the Falkirk area as well. So long may that continue. In relation to the speculative question, I am absolutely up for joint working, exploring potential for shared both shared services and potentially shared locations. We've had conversations with Kenneth and other colleagues around about our estate, your estate, and how we might best take forward opportunities in that space, because like the council, we have a finite budget. Our resources are stretched, and it's one of the areas I'm looking at as to how we can maximise both our estate and our resource, and the opportunity to do that in partnership is really welcome.
Okay, thank you for that, Barry. On on that, I'll leave it now for others to ask questions, but I would support the recommendation that we approve the report, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle. John, now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you for presenting this report, and a great deal of work, and also very impressed by the amount of consultation. I have had the, excuse me, the opportunity to go out with Chief Inspector Lindsay Kidd and have been impressed by her responsiveness and that of the community policemen in our area in the Braes. So I've been very pleased with how responsive officers have been when we've had to approach them. I have recently, though, been looking at some of the statistics in terms of domestic abuse, and the Scottish Government statistics, which show that the Falkirk Council area is relatively high on the list in terms of reporting incidences to the police of domestic abuse, but relatively low on the list in terms of actual offences being prosecuted. So I wonder if you would be able to give us some information on the activity that you're doing and working with our social care side of things in terms of dealing with domestic abuse.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, domestic abuse, violence against women and girls, it's an absolute priority for Police Scotland. It's an absolute priority for policing in Forth Valley and specifically in Falkirk. We have a whole range of interventions and work that we undertake in that. So we do specific work targeting offenders, and we do that on a multi-agency basis in terms of specific offenders and where they are seen to reach a particular threshold. We engage support from national or domestic abuse national teams to support us in that. I think really importantly we do work around about safeguarding victims through a multi-agency forum. And of course, within that framework, we've got the Domestic Abuse Disclosure Scheme, whereby we service again in partnership the right to ask, right to tell in relation to new partners and such like. I think I like to frame that in a positive, but I think the point you make is that that's a growing business area, you know. So I've had to put more resources into that because more people are coming forward, more people are actually they're aware of the scheme, they're aware of the protections that can avail them of, and it is a growing business area. But I do think that's a positive in terms of being able to bring the right support to victims whilst we target and seek to eliminate as best as we can.
Thank you. And certainly I would be happy to work in future with yourself and other officers, and happy to support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. One that's been on the TV recently, Barry, and I've watched it in the mornings about the bogus phone scams, bogus callers, and I'm listening to this lady being railroaded into giving details, and I could actually relate to it because I was halfway doing it myself, and they sounded that convincing. And when they started mentioning about going into an app and going to an app, that just gives them the total your phone. So regarding the bogus phone calls, the phone scams, even the bigger fraud, what kind of team have we got in Forth Valley to deal with that, Barry?
So I've got dedicated fraud officers who deal with that and actually provide support now to our frontline staff. So it is a really challenging and growing problem. You, like everybody in this room, like me, I'm sure have experienced it through phishing emails, through cold calls and such like. And unfortunately, the locus where these criminals are situated is often out with their geographical boundaries. You know, it's an international challenge. Often funded through organised crime. So it's a huge challenge. So I have dedicated resources in Forth Valley who look at it. I was actually in conversation about the possibility of pulling together an East Regional team, and then we have national layers of support around about it. I think the key for this one though is education. So we have our fraud-free 23 campaigns, and again in terms of going back to that working in partnership, I think any and every opportunity we have to promote the safety advice around about online fraud, around about fraud in general, we should take, particularly as it relates to young people. I think you'll see again in the plan, and it's again a real emerging threat, sextortion. So young people who are engaging in activity online are very often becoming the victims of fraud through the behaviours that they're engaging in. And again, these are being committed by criminals sitting out with the country and out with the continent more often than not. So I think education is key, and I think we are and will continue to work with our partners in education to really promote that online safety advice, how we, because I think that's the best way and probably the surest way that we can put in the necessary protections against what is an absolutely growing and more challenging issue. Because I've also done it myself. I looked at something and thought, is that genuine? Is it not? And with the artificial intelligence coming on, there's ability to mock up voices and such like. So it's becoming more and more challenging, and we need to keep pace.
I'm glad on page 20 where it talks about the community plan partnership. I mean, we're working with communities regarding poverty, mental health and well-being, substance abuse, gender-based violence and economic recovery, which is great for the area. I've got the date in the diary to meet Lindsay, but I've not met her yet. And I had this conversation with local sergeant who I know very well, Sergeant Derek Wallace. Over the 6 years I've been an elected member between Upper Braes and Lower Braes, the amount of times the community officers change sometimes becomes an issue, because you're just getting in a rapport with them, then they move on to somewhere else. And I know that's part of the, we can't stifle somebody's ambition to go somewhere else, but getting to work with them for a longer period certainly would be better.
I just come back and I absolutely recognise that point at all roles and ranks in our organisation. I know you will all have experienced that. Particular roles like community officer, like local area commander, like divisional commander, they work best and are most effective when you have longevity in the role. I know that, but you've identified the challenge that we also have in terms of personal development and sometimes the need to fill specialist roles and functions. So that is, I was speaking to a group of brand new probationers this morning before I came here, and I was exploring the like how exciting and diverse the job can be. But as best as I can within that framework, I do try and will try to try and preserve people in post for as long as they can. I think the key though is that they pick up and leave the job better than when they found it, and that particularly for us, as I had with Alan before me, a good continuity in terms of handover, and that we're not coming in to reinvent the wheel every time somebody comes in to say I've got something new. So it's actually nice to pick up something and say I've inherited something really good and I'm going to make it better, rather than that culture where you come in and say the person before you wasn't great and I'm going to be good. And that's a culture I'm trying to bring in, but just bringing that continuous improvement. So whoever picks up the mantle, they're taking on from the one before with that in mind.
Thank you very much, Barry. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you, and thank you very much for the report. My question really is two. One is to congratulate the community policing team in Grangemouth, especially with the work with the community council and keeping elected members informed of what's happening within a particular ward. My concern is maybe resources via Scotland. Do you feel that we're adequately resourced, especially when it comes to response time?
So the first part of your question, The first part of the question was easier, so I'll definitely take the thanks and pass that on to the team, as I will in relation to Sergeant Wallace, who does a sterling job up in the Braes and has done back, and he's been there and came back and went back in. In terms of resources, well, I suppose my honest answer is no, and I would just reflect on the Chief Constable's comments around about that. The money, and we're no different to the rest of the public sector, but the money that we have been given, we don't feel is sufficient in terms of the resourcing, the technology, the estate and the fleet that we think that we need to deliver the policing service that we wish to deliver for the people of Scotland and the communities of Falkirk. But within that context, the plan that I presented today is set out knowing the resources that I have today, knowing that the budget that's available to me. So the commitments that I've given in this plan are predicated and built on the budget that I know I have and the resources that I know I have. So it's with that in mind that I commit and I'm confident that we can deliver on the commitments that we make in this plan.
Okay, just maybe an update on response times to inquiries. That's the thing my constituents bring to me most.
So in terms of response time, I suppose there's different layers to that. So it depends on what people are phoning in around about. So we will get so if people phone treble 9, I suppose is the starting point in an emergency. Our response to emergencies is what it has always been. We will be there when people need us in emergency situations, and our response times are really, when you compare to the rest of the UK, are really favourable. Then when we get to the non-emergency and how we manage non-emergency demand, there's a number of options for people there in relation to the 101 system, or whether they've contacted us online, where they may get telephone appointments, so they can get diary appointments, and or they can wait for when people become available. And again, we seek, in terms of how I manage and move resource across the division, we seek all the time to make sure that we're responding to demand where it arises. But it is true that with finite resource, people may have to wait. It could be hours, it could be days for an appointment, but we do that in consultation with the people. So actually we look as far as we can to find a time and appointment that suits people, because where that demand's non-urgent, quite often actually we hear from members of the public that not coming now is fine, and actually coming on a Tuesday evening when they're available and when they're going to be free. And again, we keep that under continual review.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. We'll now open up for discussion. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. One issue that we don't seem to talk about enough as a country is the sexual abuse and domestic abuse that men face. And I see in the plan references to groups for women, which is good and right, but I don't see any for men. So men who are victims, where can they go to with this plan?
So in the exact same way, where males are a victim of domestic abuse, then they're treated in the exact same way, and they are afforded the exact same safeguards and protections. And if that's not clear, then it absolutely should be. The reality is, though, the vast majority of instances of domestic abuse are perpetrated by males against females. The domestic abuse is predominantly a male issue, and that's why a lot of the rhetoric and literature that we see is predicated in that space. But fundamentally, where males are the victims, and they are, and they absolutely are, then they are afforded the exact same protections, the exact same safeguards. They equally could go through the processes that I spoke about earlier in relation to victim safety or offender management in the same way that a female could.
Thank you. Another issue, and it's building upon what Councillor Spears asked about, is just now I get a lot of emails regarding antisocial behaviour in my ward, and the common theme is that they're constantly told by the police that there's not enough resources to tackle vandalism, noise, litter, etc. How will this report improve that performance?
So in terms of how we respond at the time to incidents, so every report that comes into us is subject to a Thrive assessment, if you've heard that term before. So the call takers and the staff in our control room will look at every instance, and they'll look at the threat, risk, harm, the immediacy and the vulnerability that sits around about a call. So it may be that if someone's reporting antisocial behaviour but that has since stopped or has happened, then we won't come to that immediately, but we will always come to it. And it may be more appropriate that, for example, in slow time, our community team who are aware of the wider endemic issues where they exist, that they're the right resource to come to it. But where something's happening as an emergency and there is imminent threat, risk, harm, then they'll get an immediate response to that.
Well, thank you. I might have a case for off the record, because one constituent definitely does not think that emergency has been treated adequately by the police. The final question that I have is, as a Catholic with Irish descent, I do see when I walk up Graham's Road a lot of anti-Catholic graffiti, and it says "Kill all Taigs," a shorthand for "Kill all Taigs." And there appears to be absolutely no repercussions for the individuals who put such graffiti up. There was an incident recently in one of our parks which was swiftly removed, and I thank Malcolm and his team for doing that, but there never appears to be any sort of criminal liability for such a message. And if it were against a race group or a different religion, it would appear that that would get acted upon, but for whatever reason, Catholics seems to just be accepted as, well, that's part of our culture, which isn't good enough. So what is happening? What part of the plan is going to ensure that no member of our society is going to feel a second-class citizen because of their faith?
Okay, so I am. Yeah, I'm sorry that is a perception you have, but hate crime in all its forms, race, sectarianism, religion, is entirely unacceptable. And where instances such as that are reported to us, they are dealt with an absolute priority, and they're investigated. So any hate crime, in whatever form that takes, and I absolutely include sectarian hate within that. That comes to a meeting that I attend every day. So my operational superintendent, so it's not dealt with at the lowest level. Hate crime in all its forms, similar to domestic abuse, comes to a daily management meeting every day to make sure that the right resources are allocated to it, the right level of investigation is put to it. Now there will always be occasions where we cannot detect or do not detect, but believe me, that's not because we don't put resource to it, and that's hate crime in every form and sense. So if there are specific issues, or you or others feel that if it's anti-Catholic, then I'd be happy to pick that up off the table and take you through in detail the type of processes that we go through, because it is abhorrent, it's unacceptable in society, it's unacceptable in Falkirk, and that's true of all hate crime.
Thank you, and I'd be interested in such a meeting to go through. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Colley, did you want to go?
Yes, thanks. A couple of questions. One leading back to the question about scams that Councillor Kerr mentioned, and across the plan there's lots of discussion around partnership working and the need to use our resources as best we can, and I know there's things like Scam Awareness Week and things like that, but is there more that we can be doing in partnership to be able to raise awareness of the issue? You've got a lot of people around this table and online who can be part of that in terms of being able to share information, but I certainly get stuff through Trading Standards about the latest scams, but something in a more structured way to be able to raise awareness of it on a regular basis, because it is a growing issue. I have had a family who've been victim of that, and it can be something that really not just the financial challenge of it, or the personal challenge of it, but also that it increases the feeling of vulnerability, and can mean that people become more vulnerable because of what's happened to them. So I just wondered about what's the opportunities for partnership working with councillors and with the council, just in terms of increasing, building the levels of awareness around this activity.
Thank you. So the partnership working is really good. I think that's probably my starting point for the starting point with policing, with partners in the local authority around this and all of our community safety issues is really positive. But particularly in this space, I think there is always more we can do. I think I mentioned sex extortion earlier. I think some of our challenges are the people that are falling victim to it aren't probably the user base of our own social media feed, and I speak about Police Scotland, I'll make no comment on the local authority, but it's how we then get into our schools, our colleges, it's how we best get our message out. So I know, again, jumping back to domestic abuse, if colleagues are familiar with the That Guy campaign, it really resonated. You know, it was a lot of paid for advertising across different social media platforms, and it wasn't police specific, but it really captured the imagination, and the reach that campaign got was phenomenal. And I think it's that type of thing, it's that type of thinking that we need to do. You know, if it's elderly people that are being targeted by a specific type of fraud, we need to work out how best to engage and communicate. And when it's our young people, our children, again, we need to make sure the channels are right. So the partnership working is really good, and I really welcome the offer. And I think particularly about fraud, it's a space we need to keep looking into, and refreshing our ideas and thinking around about it, because the criminals keep refreshing their ideas and thinking around about it.
Yeah, thanks. That's really helpful. One more question, and it was around the issues of tackling drink and drug driving, and tackling behaviour and driver and road user behaviour, and want to also say around the community policing in our area, and Denny Backnock and the sergeant there, Sergeant Blythe, who's been really helpful in trying to tackle some of the speeding issues, particularly in Allendale. But you know, I think it's an ongoing issue around driver speed. But I suppose the question was around drug driving. I think we're all very familiar around the messaging around drink driving. You know, that you absolutely don't do it. There's been regular, over many years, campaigns around not driving over the limit.
Again, I think it's how we best understand resources. So, you know, within that plan, you'll see there are a suite of challenges that we need to address, and we won't address all of them. You know, with respect in terms of it only being community officers in yellow jackets walking the streets of our communities. They don't address the harms we've spoke about in relation to domestic abuse prevention, fraud prevention. We do that as a collective, and again, in terms of numbers, I think I've mentioned a few times here, it's not just the resources I personally have at my disposal within Forth Valley, because for any and every incident that we look at, I call upon the support of our national organisation. You know, in terms, I've mentioned roads police and I've mentioned fraud detection. We've had a number of serious incidents across Forth Valley recently, just where we've drawn in major incident support. So the resources I have, absolutely, and the way in which we flex them are adequate to deal with the priorities. But if I was given more, I would take and use more. I absolutely would.
I appreciate 100% what you're saying, Chief. And I suppose to illustrate that fact, I attended a meeting with Lindsay and Inspector Sullivan on the 25th of April. It was good to hear them put forward their case, but they in turn heard the concerns of, I should explain, Denny and Dunny Pace. Denny Banknock ward is the ward that I represent, and at that meeting, I have to say it was quite horrendous, some of the stories coming from members of the general public. Some of them is quite alarming. I tried to counter that by just exactly what you've said. I'll quote you from page 11. Locally based officers are assisted in their activities with specialist teams with expertise in areas such as serious crime, air support and armed policing. I was trying to put it across to the members of the community. Don't go away from this meeting feeling absolutely petrified from what they'd heard. They had every reason to, by the way. But I illustrated an incident where it was an armed robbery, and within minutes, I could have stood on the heads of police officers for the 100 yards. Everybody was there. There was air support, there was armed support, and whatever. So I totally understand there is that call down, if you like, for serious incidents. But my concern to push again to the question of resourcing at community level, I've got serious concerns about that. Even just looking at some of the notes I'd made from that meeting, one of the members of the community council highlighted the problem with calling a 101, not a 999 call, but a 101 call. It's just not working. That is particularly true when it comes to matters of antisocial behaviour, of which, as you're well aware, Denny Dunny-Pace suffered pretty badly. This was subsequent to this meeting. Yeah, so there are major concerns there regarding that. So I suppose my question really is, what can we do about that to try and the local authority assist the police body to try and push for additional resources at community level? It is the major concern, I would suggest, of every councillor in here.
So I think everything you've articulated in that question is what we need to be doing, if that makes sense. So you're right, our emergency response, I've touched on that. For those of you that follow social media, you'll have seen probably yesterday in the Braes, there was footage of exactly that, how many resources can come, but it's not the answer to those localised community-based rescues. I absolutely accept that. That is done by our problem-solving teams, by community officers, and I also accept that the Denny in particular of late has been an area where we're beginning to see that growing. But what you've described by way of process is ensuring that people have the confidence to report, whether that's does directly or for example through yourself, through community councils. I would probably challenge to a point 101. I mean 101. When you phone it, it is a non-emergency line, so if there are emergencies then people need to phone 999, but we monitor call data across 101 every 15 minutes, and you'll see when there are specific spikes we can point to the reason why. It might be because it's a national 101 number, it might be there's a fatal road accident somewhere, or so the call service for that 15 minutes may spike, and people get from time to time really bad experiences, and I accept that. But broadly, again, our 101 call handling compares favourably to UK policing, but there are a number of other ways, and that's maybe something we can do in terms of online reporting, contact us, emails into the community officers. If they know who they are, they can route non-urgent concerns in through contact us, and they will go direct to the email boxes of the officers concerned. And then in relation to the resource piece, from the conversations you've had with Lindsay, from the conversations you've had with the officers there, on the back of that, there is more resource and dedicated resource going in to deal with specific problems, and we have that, as I alluded to earlier, in relation to what we've done in Falkirk Town Centre. We've done it before in Denny Town Centre. It's actually taking resource from elsewhere to prioritise particularly areas of concern, and some of the key areas feeding back that that's what we're doing. So maybe the feedback element of that's what maybe lacking there in relation to the response that's actually in place to try and address those concerns.
I take on board everything that you've said, but I would reinforce the comments made at the meeting where 101 is definitely not working, and I totally accept. It is monitored. And you do get feedback every 15 minutes. I totally accept that, but the level of concern that was expressed from one light to another light to another light to another of, well, I phoned 101, waited 15 minutes before I got a call, an answer, eventually I hung up, that is a genuine problem. It's a serious problem. Again, I suppose it's coming back to adequate resourcing. So really just to finish off, you'll be delighted to hear I'm prepared to give police £2 million that have been guaranteed from a Nigerian prince who he was passed on to me by Councillor Kerr. Thanks very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. We'll now go to Councillor Nimmo, then Councillor Gardner, Councillor Balfour, Councillor Binney. Councillor Nimmo.
I think my microphone's on its way out here, Provost. Well, I'll pursue. A couple of points. Chief Superintendent, thanks very much for a copy of your plan. Off, is it? 36 pages, but there seems to be one glaring omission with the plan. There's no financial information attached to this whatsoever. It's already been highlighted, the impact of budgets. When it comes to a plan like this, the overlying factor is always going to be money. And I hear what you're saying about looking for extra resources. What has been the impact of budget cuts on this 3-year plan? If you look back on previous years, what have you had to cut or reduce to come up with this plan? Or indeed, you might have been able to reinvest money in certain areas and promote different things. The public tend to look at policing as the cops on the beat. And I think that's very important. The public need to be reassured by seeing cops walking about the streets. I'd be interested just to hear what your comments are in relation to the budget. I know you said you had to work within the current budget that you have, but everybody is having to reduce their budgets quite severely. The council's no exception. What is the impact in relation to that? And there's been a lot said about response times to 999 calls and 101. Is there still national targets for response times for 999 calls? I'm not so sure about 101, there might be. Do we meet these targets locally? That's my 2 points.
So in respect of 999 calls and a response, so there's 2 elements to that: responding to the call itself, yes we do, and then responding to the immediate call if it's then deemed to be an emergency, which unfortunately sometimes it isn't, but generally it will be. So we do meet on both of them. In terms of the budget, as I've said, organisationally we have lost officer numbers. So colleagues will have probably been familiar with the 17,234 officer headcount that was fairly well trailed. We're now in a position where we're looking at a budget establishment of near 16,600, and in Forth Valley, like all of policing, we've taken a percentage share of those cuts. However, the reality has been, due to COVID and recruitment challenges, that we've probably been operating in that space for a considerable time, or certainly a reasonable time. So the posts that I've lost have been vacant posts at the minute, and I'm currently working through with my senior management team to look at, okay, how might we need to remodel our service? How might we need to remodel the work that we do and take out some of the inefficiencies in that? My focus in doing that, though, is looking at the back office. So maybe some of the quality assurance, the back office functions, in order to protect frontline, to protect public protection, and to protect my reactive CID. So at the moment, there is no dilution of service. And as I said, the rules that I am confident will meet the commitments that I've given today in this plan. And I think it's remiss, I should have covered. I am eternally grateful to colleagues in this room for the support that Falkirk Council have given us, which has allowed us to retain the school-based officers in the local authority, which I see as an invaluable resource of the things I've spoken about earlier in relation to community policing, youth engagement and intervention and education. I think they are a really, really important resource, and I am grateful to colleagues that have supported the funding that's been made available to us to do that, because the reality is, and I mean this genuinely, had that not been, that would have been an answer. I would have lost school-based resources from Falkirk as a result.
So do we still meet the 999 response time for the cops actually coming out, not just dealing with a call, but actually sending somebody out to deal with the inquiry or the crime?
Yeah, so again, in relation to treble 9 emergency calls, they're what we class as immediate, and for immediate, the target that's set is within 15 minutes. You're expected to have officers on scene, and again, we look at that every day, and they're in the high 90%. In terms of again, national comparators, we do really well in relation to that immediate response. And again, that's fundamentally our job. Similar to when the call comes out and there is a need for emergency response, that is prioritised over all else.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. We'll now go to Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Barry, for the presentation, but also thank you for mentioning Dunny-Pace FC and the incident that happened there. I wish you didn't have to mention it. I wish it didn't happen. But that's just been one of many incidents that's happened recently, and it's not even the latest incident. I believe there's been another couple of incidents since then that have happened in the town, which is increasing all the time. And Councillor McCabe mentioned the meeting with Lindsay Kidd some time ago, where that was brought about because of the incidents and the main incidents that has been in the town. And in my time, I'm born and bred in the area, this is probably the worst I've ever seen it. So in page 19, you mentioned community safety, local issues, greatest concern, antisocial behaviour, obviously, focus on preventing and detecting these crimes and offences, make them a priority, and recognising that the lasting impact to the communities. It also mentions reducing repeat offending. So my question is, what are you doing proactively, not just in Denny, but I think Denny does need special attention just now, but the full of Falkirk district, what are you doing proactively to address this, both the occurrence of it and the re-offending issues? Because I do believe every time I speak with the local police, community police, who are excellent, and sadly he's moving on from the area, so his local knowledge will be going soon. They do say, yes, we know of them, we know of the offenders, we know what they've done, we've been in touch with them before, they have been charged. But this is just continuing and continuing, it's not slowing down at all. So what are you doing to sort of address that?
So again, you'll probably expect that it's a multifaceted response, you know, in terms of where criminality is happening and seen to happen, has been reported to us. We of course will investigate and seek to detect it, and we, having done that, will report those that are responsible for it into the relevant authorities, whether that be the Children's Report or the Procurator Fiscal. We work with the schools in relation to education to I suppose, look at responsible citizenship in terms of the behaviours we expect of our young people and those that are living in areas. Invariably, the antisocial behaviour that any of us can suffer is perpetrated by those that are local to our area. You know, so it's actually our children, our neighbours' children, such like. So there's a key role in education, and then there is there is in around that kind of partnership working. So where it's perpetrated by young people, we all understand the age of criminal responsibility. We all understand the need and the importance of education and rehabilitation. So we do a lot of work, particularly about repeat offenders, those that come to our attention regularly. We work with our partners in social work. We work with our partners in education. I think it's referenced in the plan around about interagency referral discussions, where we bring particular cases to the table to look at what is the support, what are the interventions that are in place for these young people, and what more might we need to do that we're perhaps not doing currently. So as I say, there's a multifaceted, and then there is, as I'm sure you would expect me to mention, there is a need for us to collectively look at the opportunities for diversion. You know, where else might these behaviours better be diverted to, and their attention be diverted. So it's again, there's a lot of really good partnership work in it. I genuinely commend it. But where these issues arise, and I'm a local community football coach myself, it was like the amount of message I got, it's abhorrent, you know, it's horrible. But we need to address it, and we are, you know, that's one prominent and recent example. I've got my CID resources, I've got community resources working to find out who those are, and again, whoever's been responsible, we will hope to find out, and then we'll make sure we do the wraparound in terms of detection, intervention, support, whatever is appropriate in that circumstance.
Yeah, I would like to pass on my thanks on behalf of the committee at Dunny PSFC, but also a wee bit on behalf of the Gala committee, who had incidents down there at the weekend as well. I would also, if I may, I'd like to thank the community, local and wider, and the football community for the support they've given us, because we were really at quite a low place on Saturday morning, shall we say. But yes, if we can help in any way, you also know where we are, so we're willing to help, and I do thank the police for what they've done so far.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. We'll now go to Deputy Provost Balfour.
Thanks, Provost. Morning, Barry. Yeah, I just wondered what local campaigns you're going to be involved in or running in the near and medium future. Also, on that side, what road safety campaigns you're going to be running or involved in. We're in biking weather now. Is there any opportunity to do a bike safe course? And is there any campaigns for cyclist safety as well, both for drivers and cyclists, so we all know what each other's doing and how to keep each other safe?
Yep. So we have campaigns across the whole spectrum of activity in this plan. I've mentioned our campaigns against fraud, for example, in terms of Fraud Free 23, and we've got a number of things in relation to that. Topically on road safety, of course, we're coming into better weather now, so we've got, I mentioned our Fatal 5 campaign, which covers a whole gambit of the kind of most serious causes of road death and road injury. And as we come now to spring and into summer, we absolutely now focus on motorbike safety, cycling safety. So Operation Close Pass, if you've heard of that, is the operation that we run generally for cyclists, making sure they get enough space and such like that on the road. So that runs routinely, but again, as we come into better weather, will be majored. And specifically our motorcycle campaigns are ones that we run. And actually today and tomorrow we're running an operation, again going back to mobile phone devices, where we run the higher level vehicles, so trucks and minibuses, where we can look down on people using their mobile phones. So the most basic and long-standing campaigns, seatbelts, mobile phones, we revisit them and reinforce them all through the year. And there's again, through my community safety team, I could actually share our campaign calendar because it's plumbed in right through the year. It's not that we can't take on more, but it's there and it's well planned out in terms of when we begin to do these things, so they're not crossing, and we try to maximise the message around about them.
Okay. Is there any chance of running a bike safe course? I did one many years ago, and it was very beneficial. I think it would be beneficial for a lot of bikers, especially older bikers that maybe not been on bikes for a while and have recently got a bike. It'd be good if that could be started up again.
So is that motorbikes or cycles? Motorbikes. So I'm not aware, if I'm being honest with that. I would need to go and have a look at. I'm not sure what involvement, if any, we have in that currently. It would probably be the motorbikes are the remit and the domain of our road policing department. I don't have dedicated motorcycle crews within Forth Valley, but I call up off. So I can take that away and find out, but I don't honestly know the answer to that.
Right, thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Provost Buffer. We'll now go to Councillor Binney, then Councillor Buchanan, Councillor Bouse and Councillor Sinclair. Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Barry, for your excellent report there, and it's interesting to hear how Police Scotland and Council and communities are all collaborating together to make Falkirk Council a better place. I must admit, in my ward, police have always been extremely helpful, happy to engage and collaborate with communities, and obviously Falkirk Council has been involved too. As a matter of fact, one of my colleagues tonight is having a meeting in our ward, and I thank him for that. He put a lot of work into that. However, how do you measure success? Because a lot of the reissues is specifically with regard to antisocial behaviour is reoccurring, and it's the same people. However, I would like to find out how that could be improved upon. And I did actually notice quite recently, and I was really impressed, and I really want to be positive because we're all working together. The police were out with young people, I think, and they were, I think they were doing litter picking. They were an outside area, and I could see that was working well, because a lot of young people need people to look up to, actually, and take guidance from. You know, sometimes we do the same things all the time and we get the same results. What we need to do is have maybe new initiatives, because it's a new world, it's you young people, it's out there. So it's about raising awareness and guiding the young people. To me, that's right. So really, so how do you measure success? And what is the new initiatives you've got out there with the modern young people we've got at the moment?
Okay, thank you. So there are a range of measures that we look at in terms of monitoring how we're doing, the outcomes. So there's a few of them listed in the plan itself. At its highest level, I will look at the volume of reports of antisocial behaviour. I'll look at the things that are coming in through referrals, either from partners or from local and from local authority in relation to specific cases, and we monitor both in terms of impact, and it can be volume in terms of number, but it can be actually how long cases are open, how quickly we can resolve them, and it can be just general feedback. You know, that is the key of the community teams and the kind of local problem solving that they do. because bleeding then into the initiatives, there's no playbook. You know, there's lots of things that policing. Lots of policing is common sense, but it changes and it evolves, and probably now, maybe it's just because age I'm getting to, but now more than ever, it actually does require. I spoke about how we get into different social media, how we actually engage with different groups, and I won't have the answers to that individually. I may have some, at least I like to pretend that I do, but it is actually getting from communities themselves. It's getting from our local officers, it's getting from our school children and stuff like that as to what will work, as opposed to. I remember I'm from Falkirk. I used to come to youth club in this very room. Now, that might still be an appropriate diversion, but actually the things that our kids do, I actually learn from my own children as to what they want to be doing, not going out with that old-fashioned playbook and say, here's what we should do. So in terms of initiatives, we're open. As I said, there is no playbook in terms of how we resolve, how we deal with antisocial behaviour, how we deal with community-based issues. I think I've mentioned the importance of our school-based officers who are plugged in to that type of information, but in the same way we should be plugged into our minority communities, our elderly communities. It's finding all the channels that we can to engage in, to make sure we've got a continuous feedback loop to say, here's what we're doing, is it working? If it's not, what else might we do?
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Binney. We'll now go to Councillor Buchanan.
Thank you, Provost. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
First of all, I'd like to say on behalf of our community, and I'm sure every other community in Falkirk District, send our best wishes to the community of Denny and Dunny Pace. I think we were all shocked to hear the news when it came out. I'm not going to ask any questions, sir. I'm just going to give a viewpoint, and I'll go back to when the meeting was opened up by the leader of the council, Councillor Meiklejohn, when she started on right away about one of the worst situations that's been developing over the years in every community, and that's antisocial behaviour. The terminology that gets used all the time is partnership working. Now, unfortunately, in terms of antisocial behaviour, the word working doesn't come into the equation. Antisocial behaviour is gathering pace and has for many years now. One of the major problems is the Scottish Government in terms of the legislation. Now, the fact is that I don't know why, and I don't know how, and I don't know by who, that this legislation is going to change to ensure that people are not going to be living in abject misery. We have people that even came to public meetings in relation to antisocial behaviour. Some of them have said that they wish they weren't here because things are that bad. The fact is that I could spend hours sitting at this committee and start telling you, but you've all got it in your own wards. The fact is, sir, I'm going to come back to you just to ask how you think that the legislation should change to ensure that antisocial behaviour does not stagnate our communities as it is doing just now. Thank you.
So it's probably not for me to say what legislation shouldn't be. From a policing perspective, it's to police and enforce and prevent with the legislation framework that's there. And I think we have a range of measures. We can't go into specific cases. I really, it concerns me that, and I don't dispute, but it does clearly concern me where you have constituents and people living in this local area who feel the way you're describing, and I would implore that if you haven't already, and I'm sure you have, but please make sure that you do and continue to report these in. And when you've got cases such as that you are putting them direct to Lindsay, our local area commander, and the community inspectors. But I would probably respectfully disagree that it's not working. There are challenges. There are certainly cases that we can do more with. But generally, I think the arrangements we've got through our community safety forum, through our partnerships in relation to relationships with housing, with our local authority liaison, I think there's a lot of really good work and a lot of really good evidence of that. But as I say, that of course we can do more, and I would ask that if there are cases such as you described, that we need to really focus in on them and make sure that members are feeding them into our community team, to our local area commander, that we can be absolutely sure that they're getting the support either from police or from partners that they need.
Thank you. Just to finish off, Provost, thank you. This isn't a criticism levelled at the police or the council in terms of the situation. The fact of the matter is that we're living in a society that doesn't do the business in terms of dealing with certain issues. One of the worst issues, and I'll say it once again, is antisocial behaviour in every community. And it's no, I'm not saying that the word was we're not tackling it, we're trying to tackle it, but the legislation is not there at present to ensure that this pandemic, which it is, goes away. Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much, Councillor Buchanan. We'll now go to Councillor Bowes.
Sorry, I've lost audio.
Same.
Is that better?
That's it.
Yes, can hear you now, sir.
Right. Okay, so we'll go back to roughly where we were. Is during the pandemic, as I say, I've got to thank you, not only for the work that you did as police officers, protecting people, but also businesses as well, because a lot of businesses were obviously lying empty, but also the work that you did as individuals, because you truly became part of the community and worked very, very closely with the community in Malone area. I work closely with Alan Blythe. Sergeant Blythe is a great asset you've got, and also I've got to mention Jason Filler, but hi, Jason's a great officer. Looking at various things, you talk about the resources, and you're right. There's link officers in our housing department who work closely with our housing department on a number of matters. Your recent success with the quad bike team, how did you manage to get them through? Because they're not easy to get. I actually met them down in East Lothian, the sergeant who runs it, who's a really great guy. But you've had the horse team out as well. So you are calling, I know you are calling on central resource. And I know that's also a positive, but the question's not been asked of so far today, and I have been sitting listening. What can we do to help you? It's fine as asking you what you're going to do, but I mean, I've got a meeting next month with Alan and the community officers, myself and my ward partner, Laura Murtagh. I've got that. But as councillors, as members of the community, what can we do to help you?
Okay, thank you. So beyond the 2 million that have already been guaranteed, which I've banked, do you know, we know collectively we can all do more. We all are trying to do the best we can with limited resources available to us. But I think, as I said, I started policing in Forth Valley. I've policed locally. I've policed right across the division, and the relationships have always been positive. Has been my sense of it, and I've worked in public protection roles elsewhere. But I think generally the questions, really impassioned questions, but each of these you're all able to name check your local community officers. You're all able to name check the community inspectors and the local area commander. I think the relationships are really, really positive, and that's the feedback I get from my teams. You know, you've got groups here who are really well engaged, really concerned and passionate about the concerns of your community. So my ask would be just to continue that. You know, where you know there are cases, as I say, that I think for any of us knowing and hearing about cases where, and we know they exist, we know they do, and it would be remiss to think that they don't, but where they do is to engage positively, to make sure that the feedback you're getting is getting fed in. I wouldn't say advocate. Well, I would say advocate on our behalf, but not where that's not required and not where that's not earned. But genuinely, the messaging that you get from me, that you get from Lindsay, from your community policing colleagues, push that back into communities, and likewise, as I said, in terms of that continuous feedback, the role that you have is really important to us. You know, in terms of capturing that feedback and letting us know what works and what doesn't, and what we might need to be doing differently. So that generally would be my ask.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rouse. We'll now go to Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks, CS Blair, for your time this morning. I understand, well, everybody's time's pressured, but none more so than probably Police Scotland. I just want to touch on a couple of points. I think the first point the first question I was going to ask, sorry, we've heard about 101, 999 response times, so on and so forth. When people in our communities feel that they want to bring information to Police Scotland, but don't necessarily want to feel it important enough or necessary enough to call 101 or 999. Are there other ways in which our residents can engage with Police Scotland, and how do we get information to you in that sense?
So, excuse me, in that sense, I know it's not for everybody, but the means through which I would best promote is the Contact Us portal, where, as I said, I know not everybody will be online clearly, but if they are letting you know, then it's a portal that you can use. I imagine, and I hope that you've probably got the direct email addresses of your local community officers and your local community inspectors. So that's a route in. And please don't think that falls into the abyss. Anything that goes through that Contact Us portal gets routed directly back into the division to the officers. And if it's not obvious, so if somebody doesn't know who the local community officer is, or doesn't know what might not even relate to a particular geographic community, it's just information they want us to have, then that'll come into the local area, and it will keep coming in until it reaches a point where we, so if there's stuff that comes in for me specifically, I'll get it. So it's a really useful tool. I think it's an excellent tool for those that don't want to wait. For non-emergency, there is a question about whether 10 minutes on the phone, given the time we spend on the phone to other agencies and other services, whether that's actually an inordinate amount of time. But when people do feel the need to speak to the police, it's often there is information and a service to impart. So contact us, but generally speaking to and engaging with officers when they have the opportunity, emailing and direct, but where they have stuff, then 101, I get there can be delays, but more often than not, it's not unreasonable, and the people on the end of that phone will take that information and they'll distill it back to my officers and staff.
Thank you for that, and I have to say, in personal experience, I've found our community policing team in Falkirk North to be incredibly responsive, and they do fantastic work in our communities. And I'm going to touch on that slightly and ask, obviously, we all and everybody around this table is aware that prevention is probably better than cure in a lot of cases. And I know that particularly in Falkirk North, there's a lot of great initiatives on a community base, on the community ground, toilet leagues and stuff like that, that help to break down those barriers between those who may engage in that kind of activity and behaviour. So I wondered what more initiatives like that, toilet leagues and so on, do we have planned for the area, and can that be expanded with our community policing teams? Thank you. So I think it can be expanded, but we tend not to be the drivers for that. If I'm being honest, that we are always happy to support and become engaged with. I remember as an officer in Bainsford playing five-a-sides against some of the local community. I think these things are excellent. They're absolutely excellent. Football, there's much more than football in terms of diversion, but we wouldn't normally be the providers of that service. We would engage and support them, and where there's specific needs, going back to some of the problem solving plans that we've had in the past, then our team would be one of the voices that feed into that. But that is an area where we would look for others to take the lead on. Thank you, and thanks for your engagement. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. We'll now go to Councillor Deakin, and then I've got a final question, and then we'll have a 10-minute comfort break before we go to the pools item. Councillor Deakin.
Thank you very much, Provost. I'm not going to copy everything about the phone calls and all that. We all know that AI is getting quite a bit popular now with the new scam methods. My question, and I'm not going, we all got great community officers. Anytime I get a resident who compliments, says how good the local community officers are doing, I email the officer back, just saying, look, in this case you've been working on, the resident saying you've done an amazing job, so thank you very much. They want to say thank you. Is there any other way that we as councillors can put a better word out for them? Who do we contact if we want to give a bit more praise to that officer if they've done a sterling job for our residents?
So that's really welcome, genuinely, and I am hugely grateful for any time that people take, yourselves, members of the public, to thank the officers and staff. It's clearly, I think they like the recognition. I guarantee I will go back and message out to all the community team just around about the positive feedback they've had collectively and individually. And if you want that level of feedback, then you can email in through the commander, you can email in through myself, and or copy us into that feedback. I think would probably be because it's nice to hear from the individuals direct. But by all means, copy copy in, because that forms part of the appraisal part of how they're doing the job, and that feedback is really important to get. Again, I touched on the new starters that I was speaking to this morning. I think they'll never know. They never know how often they impact people's life. We often hear about when we get it wrong, all of us in society. But the job that they do, the job that we ask our frontline staff to do, is such that they have a huge impact on people at some of the lowest points in their life, often at real times of crisis, and they often go and they don't ask for that, clearly, thanks, but they'll never know sometimes the impact they can have on people. So I think it's really important, where there is praise to be given, then it should be, because it's a nice counterbalance to some of the less nice stuff that they deal with. So I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know that the officers for Bonnybridge and Latty, the ones I deal with, they're always happy, and they're always so happy when you give them good, those feedback. So sometimes it's just nice to get a wee bit further. So I'll definitely, if I get any further, I'll definitely copies in as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Deacon. I would just like to ask, you mentioned you met with probationers this morning. Is there a steady stream of applicants coming into the police still?
There is, yeah, absolutely. It's still seen as a really positive vacation. I think clearly the number that we can take in, I've touched on that headcount reducing, so the numbers that will come in might be slightly less than they've been over recent quarters and stuff like that. But every quarter we recruit on a quarterly basis. Every quarter we see new probationers come into Forth Valley, and as of today, tomorrow, what day we at? By Friday, you'll have new officers working in your wards come Friday.
Thank you. And I just wanted to ask about Crime Stoppers. A number of people have said to just phone Crime Stoppers, but they're a wee bit reluctant to phone that number because they think it isn't confidential. But it is confidential, isn't it?
It is 100% confidential. Frustratingly so sometimes, because if you get a name source for intelligence, it's better, but it's absolutely confidential. And I would, for people that don't want, I would always encourage people to use 101. And they can say they don't want a visit, they don't want police coming to their door and stuff like that, and those wishes will be respected. But absolutely, for those that just want the police to be aware and want it to be done anonymously, I absolutely guarantee Crime Stoppers is 100% anonymous, and we only get the distilled information through to police.
And if I phoned up and gave my name, for example, if a report goes to the court, that person's name is redacted, isn't it? It's just an individual made a call. Is that right?
From Crime Stoppers?
Aye.
We wouldn't even get your name.
Right.
It's anonymous, so anonymous information. And again, we're then limited. We're limited by what we can do with anonymous information, but we would still look at it, assess it, and respond to it where it's appropriate to do so. But yeah, so the example would be if we were looking to get a drugs warrant, it's harder to get a drugs warrant for a particular property on anonymous information than it is on information that's provided by name sources, for example.
Okay, and just touching on drugs, it's a whole different debate probably, but I think that's had a large impact on antisocial behaviour, and I think that's where the partnership working comes in to try and drive down drug misuse, and in doing so you'll probably help antisocial behaviour as well. So if you come across someone that's got an issue with drugs, do you refer them on do you signpost them on to get some support?
Absolutely, yes. Both in terms of people we come across in the street who maybe aren't engaged in criminality, then we've got options for our staff to signpost. We work closely with Alcohol and Drugs Partnership, where people are subject to non-fatal overdose. Then again, that's a trigger through which we'll refer, and we've got a multi-agency group that looks at those in terms of the kind of harm prevention we can do in that space. And likewise, unfortunately, where people do verge into criminality and come into custody, again, there's pathways out of custody, police custody, to refer people into support and addiction services and such like.
Thanks so much. I'd just like to thank you on behalf of the council for the way you've very professionally answered all the questions, and there's been quite a variety of questions, and thanks very much for that. I think everybody's got satisfactory answers, and I'm sure you've got some takeaways from this as well. So thanks very much, Chief Superintendent. Thank you. We'll now take a 10-minute comfort break. Okay, well, welcome back everyone. Next item of business is agenda item 4, proposal to close swimming pools. This item was continued from the meeting of the 29th of March. The report is by the Director of Services and it's Mr Mackay that will be speaking to it. It's pages 47 to 61 and there are 5 deputation requests. William Lawless will be speaking on behalf of Larbert High School. Kieran McGuckin along with Ewan Lowe will be speaking together. And the MYSPs will be Tamsin Gold and Elisa Evans that are speaking. I think Daniel's had to leave. And they've got a couple of statements from their colleagues that they'll be reading at the same time. Does Council agree to hear the deputations? Thank you. William.
Hello, my name is William Lawless. I'm wearing my wonderful Larbert High School uniform today. I was just saying it'll probably be one of the last times I'm wearing it. I've been a school captain at Larbert High School for the past year, and I've attended Larbert High School for many, many years. So I've had the chance to actually use the pool that we're talking about today. I'm also a swim teacher. That's been my part-time job. I work for the council as well as for another swim teaching company. I've got my boss beside me. And so I've had a really good, insight into how important these pools can be. This gives me quite a strong interest in the proposals today that we're talking about, and it's an interest which has been shared by much of the community. Section 2.1 of the report, it's the first recommendation, says that the details and context of the proposed closures and feedback from the public should be considered when going forward. And if you look at the report at the back of the appendix, 53% of the online responses came from people interested in the pools, which means the majority of the report, a majority of the responses on the strategic property review focused on pools, showing the strong public interest in the pools. And of these, 68.1% focused on Larbert High School's pool, which makes sense being the largest non-denominational school in Scotland, largest school within our area. We have over 2,000 students who use the pool. All of them will use the pool at some point, and the pool is used by around 1,200 people after schools for extracurricular clubs, other swimming lessons, etc., etc. Given the level of public engagement, I would hope to see a really strong look from the report into what are the reasons for closing the pools. I don't think the report provides a strong enough exploration of these reasons. So, for example, the reasons that are stated to be why certain pools were chosen are the attendance figures for the school. This doesn't make sense for Larbert High School given it is such a big school. The location of the school, given Larbert High School is the furthest pool from any other pool, it's a 43-minute walk from the Marner Centre where you cannot do any sort of length swimming, and a 44-minute walk from Graham High School, St Mungo's High School, sorry, which means it's not particularly close to any of the other pools within the area. The other reason given is the financial side of the financial side of how much money the pool is making for the council. Larbert High School is run out with school hours by the Trice Community Sports Club. This is not something that was chosen by the school. This is something that was forced upon the school. And the other thing is, in the report it's noted that currently there's £380,000 spent per year by the council on paying Class 98 to use the facilities. However, in the year 2025, this contract ends and these facilities go back into back into council control. So my question is partially, how has this £380,000 per annum been considered when looking back to the potential shortcuts in the deficit of the council? Given that the figures is that these closures would save the pool around £400,000 over 4 years, if you're saving £380,000 per annum, how has that been weighted against that from the taking back into control of the pools from Class 98? The other thing is I'd like to gain some information onto how the figure that you would save £100,000 per annum by closing the pools was reached. It says 62,500 will come from the pool closure itself each year. This doesn't make complete sense to me in that all the pools are different sizes and they would all be closing at different times. So it's difficult to see how every pool would save the same amount of money. And the other thing is it also talks about 37,500 coming from further earnings, which will be made. It's not, the report isn't particularly specific on where these further earnings will come from.
A minute left, William.
Cool. The report isn't particularly specific on where these particular savings and earnings will come from. The only thing I can see is it talks about, for example, increasing the price of lets and things like that. That would just mean that we're closing pools and then making it more expensive for people to go to the pools which are still open. And just quickly, as a swim teacher, part of my lessons focus on not just how to swim, but the life-saving skills which are involved. So I'll talk about what to do if you fall into water. And you can't get that across if you're trying to do that in a theoretical way. You need to have a child practically in the pool to learn that. These are life-saving skills which are essential. I don't use this to sensationalise my point, but last summer we did have a young person in the area drown. And I also want to just say that a lot of focus has been put on other councils not having as many pools. I don't see that as a model to look up to, particularly Clackmannanshire, which has no pools. I teach children from Clackmannanshire. They still have to go somewhere for swim lessons, which are not statutory in Scotland, but they are in England and Wales. And because they have to go somewhere, it means that the children who are coming from a background where they have loads of money are the ones that are most likely to get swimming lessons, while ones from a more deprived background simply miss out on swimming lessons. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, William. Once we've heard all the deputations, then we'll ask the questions. So next to speak is the MYSPs, and it's Tamsin and Alicia. Who's going first?
I'm Alyssa Evans, MSYP for Falkirk West. I've got long dark hair and I'm wearing a white t-shirt. The UNCRC states that children have the right to have their views heard on issues that matter deeply to them and for those views to be taken seriously. So why are young people's cries for the pools to remain open being ignored? It's impossible not to know how young people across all of Falkirk feel about potential pool closures, with both Falkirk and Larbert High holding protests in their local areas to get their views across. Closing these pools would not only affect the schools that use them, but also clubs and lessons that are run privately. When speaking to members of the Grangemouth Amateur Swim Club, they made their views and opinions on the pool closure of the potential closure of the swimming pools undoubtedly clear. With one member stating, "A swimming pool is one of the places we feel safe in. Whenever we feel upset, we can come to the pool." This shows how important keeping the pools open not only for the physical health benefits, but also for the mental health benefits. Furthermore, the presence of pools within schools allows for young people to potentially develop a career path. As I was writing the speech, a friend of mine consistently came to head. She had no clue at all what she was going to do once we left school. After having experience with the school pool through a wheel, she got her lifeguard qualification and she now works as a sports person at the Peak. Without the opportunity to develop her pool skills, she would probably still be clueless what she's going to do in August. Many young people wonder why it's been passed off as a green decision. Whether or not the pools close, Falkirk Council will fail to meet the net zero target by 2030. Even if pools were closed down, them being repurposed would lead to an increase of carbon emissions. And I've also got something from MSYP Charlotte Robertson from Falkirk East Road. So Charlotte says, I am a pupil at Graham High School who has had access to the school swimming pool throughout my time at secondary school. Although I've been sent to swimming lessons when I was younger, swimming and PE has helped me further improve those skills and maintain a healthy lifestyle. I have also used the school swimming pool and learned how to save people and rescue from drowning. This is a very important thing to learn that every child and adolescent should have access to. Life-saving skills are extremely important and can sometimes be the difference between life and death. So clearly it's a terrible decision to shut down a swimming pool that is so vital to the well-being and future of children and young people in the Falkirk Council area.
Hi, I'm Tamsin Gold. I'm one of the MSYPs for Falkirk West. I have long dark hair and I'm wearing a white top. Our economy is facing a crisis. There's no denying or escaping that. Council budgets are being cut. There's no escaping that either. But taking away a basic life skill from young people is not the answer. Learning to swim could save someone's life, and it does, every day, but they need to have the means to learn and practice. In the current cost of living crisis, parents can't afford to send their kids to private swimming lessons, so learning through school is the only option. Shutting the pools in just 4 of the local schools will create a 2-tier school system, with some young people having access to pools and others not. This is creating inequality. The report published on the closure of the pools indicates that not reaching net zero emissions is one of the reasons for the proposal. We can't use that as a way of detracting from the real reason for the proposed closure. There are other things that could be done instead of taking yet another thing away from young people. In a post-COVID world, young people were promised they'd be placed at the centre of every decision made. This is doing the opposite of that. Article 6 of the UNCRC states that all children and young people have the right to survive and develop. Closing school pools would be depriving young people of their rights. The proposal contradicts the Falkirk Council slogan, the Council of the Future, as how can Falkirk Council be Council of the Future if the next generation of young people will be negatively affected by these decisions? Yes, there are other council areas where the schools don't have pools, but why is it a race to the bottom? We should be proud of what we have been able to offer our young people. We are lucky to live in a council area where high schools all have pools. Closing school pools would be doing an immense disservice to young people in Falkirk. I also have something from Daniel Cameron, MSYP for Falkirk East. He said, almost every community meeting I've attended, there's been extensive conversation about the future of Falkirk. But here we are discussing shutting down a handful of school pools to save money. I understand these times are tough and money doesn't grow on trees, but denying a sizable portion of the future of Falkirk access to in-school swimming lessons, recreational swimming and after-school swimming is simply punishing the young people of Falkirk for being the least vocal part of the community. If you recall, my colleagues and I had tried our best to guarantee that the young people of Falkirk were listened to by their elected representatives. We've attended some council group meetings and didn't leave until the majority of those present had signed our pledge, simply asking that the young people of Falkirk be listened to and not forgotten. The majority of these cuts are a betrayal of that promise, and to say times are desperate is not an excuse. The strategic property review, the remortgaging of schools and the cutting of the school bus service. These all change communities for the worse and will have a long-lasting impact on the mentality of the young people in this district, and so far we've felt like second-class citizens. Remember your pledges, and for the sake of the young people of Falkirk, save the pools.
Thanks very much, Tamsin and Alyssa. We'll now go to Ewan Lowe, who's going to speak on behalf of Falkirk Aquatics Clubs, including Falkirk Otters, Grangemouth Artistic Swimming and Evolution Swim Club, and then Kieran McGuckin will have a couple of minutes after Ewan. Ewan.
Thanks, Provost, and thank you to what we've heard so far. It highlights, particularly for me, some of the more important reasons why we need to carefully consider keeping swimming pools open and not consider closing them. As has been highlighted there just now, there are undoubtedly financial pressures on the council, and there are net zero targets and ambitions to be met. However, what I don't think has been, and it has been articulated partly today, is a social impact on, particularly on individuals and on local communities, that we need to consider as part of the proposals and considerations that you're about to make. Highlighted by by William there, and more recently, the importance of learning to swim was brought into focus sharply at the weekend with a drowning in Cullen, which isn't too far from here. We are a nation with the highest drowning stats in the entire UK, and we need pools to be open in order that we can teach youngsters and adults that vital life skill. Along with that, there is currently in existence a water safety action plan from the government, which includes a strong aspect of that is providing education, prospects and abilities for youngsters to particularly learn to swim through schools. That's in that action plan, and part of that consideration. It's an important aspect. As a country, we also have one of the lowest life expectancy rates in the entire UK. Through adult participation alone, users of swimming pools have an estimated £42 million in saving through health, well-being and social values. That's nationally. Falkirk will have an aspect of a contribution to make to those savings. The activity of being involved in aquatics and being able to swim reaches all ages and abilities, and we need to be accessible and affordable to all communities, particularly in areas of deprivation. And this includes our clubs. Other bits of information of perhaps relevance for your considerations today is from a national poll recently. 94% of the country said that swimming pools are important to the safety of the nation. 86% said that swimming pools are important to the health of the nation. 88% said pools are important community aspects. They are the heartbeat of many a community. Clubs are part of communities, and there are over 450 members of clubs in the Falkirk area who actively make use of the pool spaces that are available through schools and other facilities across Falkirk. Also, another important stat, I think, which brings heart to home when there's actually a newspaper article today, back pages of Daily Mail, which has Duncan Scott making representations about the need to the Scottish Government to do all they can to support costs associated keeping pools open. 84% of the country said aquatics is important from sporting aspects. All the good things that come from role models and that go with it. I'm sitting here next to Commonwealth Games former athlete. Duncan Scott was another former athlete. Ross Muir was another former Commonwealth athlete. All came through Falkirk. Along with that, you have two very prominent coaches, Commonwealth Games and British coaches, and Stephen Tigg and Chris Jones, both through Falkirk programmes. Overall, what I'd like to say before I pass over to Kieran here is that demand is high for aquatic space. We know that across the country, and more so particularly inside of Falkirk, both from a learn to swim prospect. There is an opportunity to expand the programmes across the water space that's available just now, and the club users' demand is high. They are part of the community. We have worked with the clubs and along with the officers inside of the council to look at opportunities to increase net revenue across different usage and programming of the water space that's available across the 4 pools that are being suggested for closure, and there are real prospects of increasing income, and that's from own learn to swim programmes and changing the programming across the actual sites that are there. And I know Kieran here has got some very specific examples from your own experience, so I'll pass over to Kieran if that's okay, Provost.
Okay, Kieran, over to you.
Yep, so I'm the director of a private learn to swim company. I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of the commercial users of the pools that are under the proposed closures. I've got, as Ian said, a very specific example. I'm using Graham High School today with actual numbers that are right now getting used. Now, obviously, the caveat is that Graham High School, Larbert High School are class 98 until 2025, but after then, this money is going to come back into the fold of the council to start to recoup this money, and it's a case of how do we get to there so we can start to bring this money back in. Over a week period, Graham High School is used out of school hours 30 hours a week. Now, this is also only over a 40-week academic year. This is not including any time over October break, Easter and summer holidays when camps can be done as well to generate additional income. What it works out to is £70,000, just over £70,000 a year in money going directly to Class 98. And like I said, this in 2 years' time is going to be coming back to the council, which covers a large deficit of that £100,000 that they're estimating is per pool. Along with that, there's also pools in Falkirk that are lying unused. Again, another example using the same pool hire rates, and I've got this down on a little printout. I've got a few I can hand round so everybody can see these numbers as well. I unfortunately don't have enough for everyone. My printer ran out of ink this morning, but we can, I'm sure you guys can all share. With Karen Grange, only taking 10 hours a week can generate another additional £20,000 of income a year. Again, only over that 40-week academic period where most learn to swim companies do run. And St Mungo's is unused over the weekend, which could generate again an additional £22,000 with just 8 hours a week of pool hire. This would be an additional £42,000 of pools that are not under closure that could be going to help subsidise the current pools that are under threat. With the potential £70,000 and £70,900 from Graham High School, Larbert High School again in 2025 comes under council control. With that additional funding from the other two pools, if they were opened up to commercial use, could increase the income to £184,000 without really changing anything. Now there's also the opportunities to increase pool time and better use of pools. Now you might say that the pools aren't used, it's because there's not the want for it, and it is the complete opposite. Since the pandemic, there was about an 18-month period of no lessons, and it was 18 months of children without swimming lessons, and the world didn't stand still. Everyone kept growing. The need for swimming lessons got more and more. As William touched on, he's teaching kids from Clackmannan. We have kids coming from there because their council shut the pools, and what that does is pushes kids in our area out to our swimming lessons because we've got people travelling in. So this exacerbates the problem even further with the backlog of waiting lists that all the companies that you'll speak to and the council as well. If you go on the council website for their swimming lessons, they're 4 years and older, they're not taking registrations. It's a case of wait and see if you get some lessons. Like I said, I've got all these numbers down. I'll pass them around after this. It gives you guys a good idea of, without any change, it's getting us, how do we get to the 2025 to recoup almost £200,000, which is half of that potential loss cost from 4 pools. And hopefully that's the conversations that we can have with the council and the other private users, the other swimming clubs, to get more access to the current pools, and not only the use of the pools that are under threat, but utilising the pools that are currently going to be getting kept open to help subsidise the losses that are elsewhere.
Thanks very much, Kieran. We'll now open up to members to ask questions of the deputies. Any questions?
Thanks.
Councillor Redmond.
Just a question for Ewan. I think you were saying you're the CEO of Scottish Swimming, and I was wondering, you obviously talked about working with us to increase income, but could you maybe tell us a bit about Scottish Swimming, and are you able to use of any funding that could be help local authorities or anything? Is that?
Answer to that directly is no, directly, because we are a membership organisation, and we do have clubs as members. However, our efforts are most definitely being pushed because of this crisis, which is potentially upon us, of threats to pools and closures. Trying to keep them open by doing all we can to lobby the Scottish Government itself to replicate the through consequentials the award that was made to swimming or made to swimming pools in England of £63 million to help with some way to support the ongoing costs that are associated in the short term. There is a longer term answer that is needed, required, however. So in answer to your question, our directions are targeted towards the Scottish Government to increase their investment towards those who provide swimming pool spaces and make them accessible to local members to help support those costs. So that answers your question.
Thank you. I'll just leave it there. Sorry.
Any other questions? Mr. Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I want to say a big thank you to all the deputations for their heartfelt pleas, and to the MSYPs. we have met before when you did come to speak to the Labour group, and the entire Labour group did sign the pledge to say that we will be listening to the voices of young people. And I'm really glad that the council has been able to listen to the voices of all these young people today as well. And thank you very much to Kieran for the statistics. I'm interested to know from Kieran in particular, how you have come to some of these statistics, and whether, because you've mentioned only a few of the pools that more money could be gained from, have you looked at any of the other pools?
So for the statistics, it's what we actually pay. We are currently running lessons. This is what we're actually paying as of right now to Class 98. Like I said, obviously that's the coming back under council control in 2025. So this is the potential that's there for them when that comes back in. And for access to the additional pools such as the Cairngrange and St Mungo's, I have tried previously to get access to additional pools in Falkirk. The only reason we are in Graham High School is because it's the Class 98. It was when I used to live in Edinburgh, and I grew up in Falkirk, lived here, I learned to swim here, done my swimming club, as you were saying, and I moved to Edinburgh for university. I went to university, and when I finished, I decided I wanted to come back to where I grew up to open up a learn to swim company, and there was a lot of resistance at that time trying to get into pools, and it so happened that we fell into Graham High School and Larbert High School because they weren't run by the community trust at the time. Obviously it's not under the community trust arm at the moment, and hopefully with these numbers set out in black and white, we can start to move forward and get use out of these pools. Not only just myself, but we wouldn't be able to fill all of those that are wanting swimming lessons within the Falkirk area, but there is lots of other companies and clubs that would be open to taking them. And you would just have to have a conversation with any one of them. Just Google learn to swim in Falkirk. You'll see all the companies that are here, and I'm pretty sure any of them would bite your hand off to get any pool time.
Thank you.
Councillor Brooks.
Kieran, we met I think in November, and I know I introduced you to senior officers, and I know there's been communications, and I appreciate you've done this sheet, but I'm a bit of a numbers geek. So is this, I appreciate it's a set of numbers and I trust the numbers that are there, but have you put a business plan, and has that business plan been verified? Because I know you were talking about doing that.
So for I guess for business plan, there's nothing in place there's not been any conversations of this is what we can do going forward. Like I said, for these numbers, this is what we pay. I can send you across, we could send to everybody the invoices that go directly to Class 98. So this is the numbers, and all I've done is replicated what the rates are at other pools across Falkirk for a potential. This is just if we can open the doors to this conversation of what it could generate. It might not be, the numbers might get changed, the hourly rates might be different depending on how it operates, getting access to the pools. Obviously there's hurdles there, but that's the kind of conversations that we'd be looking to have going forward.
So and just for clarity more than anything else, so the numbers are a snapshot in time, and it could move as things develop going further forward.
Yeah, that's as of last month. That was our hourly rate to Class 98.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Browse. I'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you for letting me in. I need to thank all the speakers here today that have came with their impassioned pleas for us to keep these pools open. I personally agree with them 100%. I think learning to swim is more important now than it has ever been. And I'm very impressed with somebody for the business community coming forward. And I think we should maybe get our officers to work in conjunction with the business community to see how we can make these pools profitable. because at our briefing sessions, it looks as though it's only been benchmarked against other councils and Scottish Government cuts. I would suggest to our speakers today that they also petition the Scottish Government, because we can only operate on the funding that comes from them. So I think this has got a long way to go, but in the interim, we should keep these pools open. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Any other questions? Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. Just to echo my colleague, Councillor Spears there, I'd like to thank William, Melissa, Tamsin, Ewan and Kieran for bringing forward their presentations. I found it very interesting to hear some of the figures. I think it was Kieran specifically had quoted numbers. The thing that I found a wee bit alarming appears to be the fact that we are only using figures based on the 40-hour week during school semesters. Was that correct, Kieran?
Yeah. So to try and not make it too complicated, because during we do run summer camps, and a lot of companies do, but these are not on the same weekly. There's not the same amount of hours on a weekly basis. So the 40-hour weeks is the same as an academic year, or roughly the same as academic year, mid-August to the end of June. So this is a basis of over a 40-week period. That income will be higher generation because of the 6-7 week period over summer holidays. For example, we're running 3 summer camps this year at Larbert High School, which is obviously further income generation, but it's not the same. To put everything down, I'm trying to just make it as simple as possible for and easily digestible. So these numbers, this is the low side of the income generated at that specific school.
Thanks very much, Kieran. I just find it very interesting. It obviously illustrates to me that perhaps we should be looking deeper into the financial figures, the potential financial figures, to try and prevent any of the school closures, which I'm totally opposed to from the outset. I'm aware that I understand that there could be some movement on from the administration on what's actually recommended by the officers. So I won't say any more, Provost, and just again pass on my appreciation to the delegations. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. No other questions? I'd just like to also say thanks to William, Ewan, Alyssa, Tamsin and Kieran for the presentations. It's been very helpful. I know it's always not easy to come and speak to committees like this, so well done. We'll now go to Mr Mackay. Okay, a couple of minutes to allow you get back to your seats. Just so that okay, so Mr Mackay will summarise the report and the recommendations. Mr Mackay.
Thank you very much, Provost, and good morning, councillors. So this report is on the proposed closure of swimming pools in Falkirk Council. Section 1 highlights the purpose of the report, which is to provide an update on the proposals to close swimming pools in Falkirk. Section 2 outlines the recommendations. Section 3 highlights the climate implications, and we've always had some discussion on that already this morning, and the anticipated savings to the climate agenda is approximately 1,300 households of energy being switched off if the 4 pools were to close. Section 4 highlights the background, and in the May the 18th, 21, the Council agreed the strategic property review, and members are well aware of that. And again, the Executive on the 6th of December asked that a separate report be brought to full Council, and obviously due to unforeseen circumstances, the first opportunity we've had for this. The Council budget report also reports a substantial budget gap over the coming number of years as well, and obviously the report seeks to address some of those aspects. Section 4.3 describes how the 4 pools under consideration were identified, and Section 4.4 highlights the fact that we were looking at statutory and non-statutory obligations for the Council, and swimming is a non-statutory area, and hence this report was brought forward. Similarly, swimming is not an essential part of the SQA programme of the curriculum delivery either. Section 5 sets out the current context and the engagement that took place, and I had the privilege of engaging with all of the strategic property reviews, 11 events that took place, to obviously hear the views of the public, and they were reflected in the report that's presented in front of members today. And Section 5.2 then highlights the kind of key areas of concerns that arose from those consultations. Section 5.4 highlights the fact that obviously currently we've got 12 pools across Falkirk, and later on the report indicates that that's obviously a significant number of pools, and places Falkirk in the top quartile in terms of actually the number of pools per head of population in the country. Section 5.8 onwards describes then the cost of out of school provision, and touches on some of the conversation that already rehearsed through the presentations this morning in terms of the cost to the trust and the cost to get access to the properties. And Section 5.11 looks at the benchmarking across the rest of Scotland. Moving on to Section 6, which is the proposed way forward. And while it's recognised and accepted that any pool closures will have an impact on schools and schools communities, sports groups, and the financial pressure of the council, make it really essential that we look at everything that's non-statutory. The consultation exercise raised the scope, obviously, in terms of looking to increase income through the Learn to Swim programmes and increase the fees and charges, which are ongoing pieces of work, and we're engaging with the groups that presented today as part of that. Section 6.4 then looks at the other potential sources of income, and officers are really keen to continue to explore those in addition to the proposals that are on the table today. So Section 6.6 then highlights what the proposal would look like in a phased basis. That phase 1 would be to close Grangemouth High School with effect of August 2023, and then phase 2 would be then looking and working with Grangemouth High School to mitigate and support the implications arising from that closure. Phase 3 would then to bring another report back to committee for further discussion in terms of the onward direction of the further proposals in phase 4 to close the additional 3 pools. Section 7 highlights the implications for the council, including financial, the resource implications, and the risks that are set out in terms of the potential impact on the swimming curriculum at Grangemouth High School and the various user groups of the Grangemouth High School pools. Section 7.7 indicates the fact that a full EPIA has been undertaken and is available for scrutiny at the address link that's included in the report. Pardon me. The sustainability and environmental impact is highlighted in 7.8, and then in conclusion, the closure of any asset is never a decision that's taken lightly by the council, and it's obviously part of the wider strategic property review. One of the outcomes arising from this was to undertake a further engagement and assessment work with stakeholders, and the report confirms that the feedback has been received from that and included in this report. And I would then pass over the recommendations for councillors' consideration, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. So thank you very much, Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr Mackay. Now go to Councillor Meikle-John to speak to her motion.
Provost, it's going to be taken by my portfolio holder, Councillor Garner.
Okay, Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you to David and indeed Gary for this report. I'd also like to thank all the deputations who have spoke very well and passionately about a sport, pastime, leisure activity, which I myself enjoy on a regular basis, and depending on the duration of this meeting, I might get a few lengths in directly below us near enough. I realise how beneficial swimming is to the people's health and fitness and well-being as a leisure facility, a leisure activity, but also from the clubs, considering the fact my son swims with Grangemouth Amateur Swimming Club. I'm fully aware of the effort that goes in from the swimmers, volunteers and indeed parents preparing their youngsters for what is an extremely hard participation sport. Provost, no one here wants to close any of our swimming pools, and our SNP amendment, which I'll circulate, clearly states that. I note in the report we are the only local authority in Scotland to have a swimming pool in all our secondary schools. Yet one of our largest denominational schools pupils move on to a secondary school in a neighbouring Labour-led authority which does not have a swimming pool. Provost, the financial position we find ourselves in, which we are all well aware of its severity, means that in order to stop more hard-hitting savings from education, alternative models must be found. That may mean income generation, cost efficiencies, including energy efficiencies, staffing levels, opening hours, etc. These must come forward. This is a pragmatic approach, and we will examine all avenues to secure the future of our pools. Let's not hide from the facts that if these measures aren't implemented and positive outcomes come back, which I'm sure they will, even more difficult decisions will come before us, and both the Labour and Tory groups have literally no answers to where these savings will come from. Provost, with this in mind, before I move to our amendment, I'd like to ask David Mackay a question. David, if the savings do not come from school swimming pools by increasing income, cost efficiencies, etc., where would officers and education turn to next to achieve them?
Thank you very much, Councillor. Yeah, that's an exceptionally difficult and challenging question, because obviously within children's services, in particular within education, we've got a limited number of levers that we can utilise in order to realise savings. Our predominant cost is well known to members in terms of staffing, so we would have to then look at how do we then reduce our requirement for staffing, and that would result in a hard question of actually taking some significant cuts to our curricular offer in schools, particularly in our secondary schools, to realise some efficiency savings through that to mitigate any unmet savings that the division was asked to contribute to the budget gap.
Thank you, David, and I hope other elected members were listening to that. On to our pragmatic and financially prudent amendment. Provost, I'm pleased to be able to bring forward an amendment to these proposals which would remove the immediate threat of our closing 4 school pools and instead task officers with finding a way to ensure the financial sustainability of all school swimming pools. There is a clear statement from our communities that they do not want to see a reduction in pools across our school estate. We will always listen to our communities and, where possible, seek an alternative to proposals being brought forward by our services. Our amendment could ultimately result in changes in the way our pools are managed. However, we will leave no stone unturned to find a sustainable outcome that balances our financial situation with the needs of our communities. Falkirk Council continues to face significant and persistent financial challenges. While progress has been made, we cannot shy away from the fact that the difficult decisions must be made. We cannot make any guarantees, but we're always committed to finding a way to overcome the challenges we face. Provost, I think the amendment has been circulated or will be circulated, but if it's okay, I'll read it out for members of the public and obviously people in the room here. Council agrees that no decision shall be taken at this meeting on the closure of school pools. Officers are requested to bring a further report back within 6 months to a meeting of the Council, which shall provide additional information on the proposal. In particular, officers are requested to 1. Carry out further work on a full cost recovery model of all school pools to provide information on matters such as potential for increasing income generation and creating efficiencies, including consideration and review of fees and charges, energy efficiency measures, staffing arrangements and opening hours. And 2. Provide detailed information of the implications for children's services, the wider council and the council budget if savings are not achieved through implementation of a full cost recovery model for closure of school pools. Provost, I'm happy to move this amendment, and yes, the amendment is being circulated. Thank you
very much, Councillor Garner. Do you have a seconder?
I do.
Provost. Yeah,
Councillor Sinclair.
Provost, I'm happy to second and reserve the right to come back, please.
Okay, thank you. So we'll now go to Councillor Hannah to see if you've got an amendment.
Falkirk Labour does have an amendment, but we'll be deferring to Councillor Redmond to propose.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Kerr. Have you got notice of an amendment, Councillor Kerr?
No amendment, Provost.
Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment coming?
No amendment, but
Okay.
I'm awaiting to hear the Labour amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spears. So we'll now go to Councillor Redmond to speak to his amendment.
Thanks. Should probably thank the deputations as well, although maybe still half my speech of what I was going to say, but we'll go there. So, Provost, from the start, we've said our pools are an important community asset and should not be cut. And honestly, having spent the last few months speaking with our school students, pool users and swimming clubs, hearing what the pools mean to them, we have become all the more determined to save them. You know, one of the main things that I've learned from this is that swimming is something that Falkirk is actually good at. We've developed world-class champions here in Falkirk through first our regional swim team and all the other clubs. In fact, many of Team Scotland's Commonwealth medals and Team GB's Olympic medals, yes, they might have been won halfway across the world, but they were made here in Falkirk. That's something that we as Falkirk Council should be immensely proud of, something to celebrate, not seen as an expense to cut. But what is proposed today is completely detrimental to the swimming club system that has produced these great athletes, because 4 of the pools which are proposed for closure are the ones used by local swimming clubs, whilst the 4 remaining are the ones used by Falkirk Council swimming lessons, meaning our own council lessons will be unaffected, whilst our independent swimming groups will be left without a pool to swim in. This could possibly spell the end of swimming teams like the Falkirk Otters, for example, who were founded here in Falkirk 80 years ago. Provost, our amendment is clear in asking officers to go back and develop proposals to reduce costs, increase income and usage of the pools. There's plenty we could be doing, reduce costs, simple things like pool covers, working with our swimming groups to train them to use the covers. During COVID, some of our groups became key holders, which saved on staffing costs. Increase in income. All groups have spoken to us and told us they need more pool time, but can't get any. We should take advantage of this, make use of any unused pool slots, look at the pool shading to get maximum use out of our pools. One final point I would like to make is that currently Class of 98 and NDPO are making a fortune out of our pools, with the estimated income for Larbert and Graham High around 80,000 plus per annum. I would like to highlight to members that the 4 Class of 98 schools, which are Larbert, Graham, Braes and Bowness, come back into council ownership in the near future 2025. If you consider that a pool with a full timetable could potentially generate £100,000 per year, that's about £400,000 worth of income the council could generate every year from these 4 pools. Finally, I would just like to thank all swimming groups who have worked with us over the last few months: Falkirk Otters, Grangemouth Swimming Club, Bowness, First, Evolution Blue Star, there's too many to name. And I'd also like to give a special mention to the pupils of Larbert High School, who demonstrated great organisation and planning in their protest against the closure. And I think the amendment's been circulated, but I'll just read it out. So, recommendations: delete 2 and replace with agrees not to proceed with the proposals for closures of the school pools. 3, replace with requests the Director of Children's Services will undertake further assessment
Okay, if we can come back to order, please. The gavel. Made the gavel for the bell. Okay. Okay, well, everybody's had a chance to see the amendments and have a wee chat about the amendments, and they will now open up for debate. Councillor Flynn, I think you were first in.
Sorry, it wasn't the debate, Provost. I was still on questions to Mr. Mackay, so apologies if I'm confusing anything. So is that all right with yourself, Provost?
That's fine, it's part of the debate.
Yep, okay. I have 3 or 4 questions for you, David. The first one, over the last 6 years, you know, when you've come up with obviously budget savings, how many times has the swimming pool closures been proposed?
Thanks so much, Councillor. I really can't recollect how often it has been considered, so I would have to go away and look back at any evidence we have of any discussion that's been taking place, Councillor, but I can't say so off the top of my head, sorry.
Can you not remember that it must have been discussed?
I can't, sorry.
Okay, right. My second question is, at the briefing, I raised the point that there was no mention of decommissioning costs, you know, because obviously, you know, if you remove the pool, remove the water, you're going to have an open space there. So you said you would provide these costs for this meeting. What are the likely costs of decommissioning?
Could I refer to my colleague Paul Ketrick, who might be able to come in here and give some indicative
Thank you.
figure for that, Councillor Ketrick?
Thanks, Provost. In terms of decommissioning, that could be a couple £100,000 to simply strip everything out and leave the space unused. However, I think that would be challenging. In fact, the cost from previous feasibilities done by 500,000 and £1 million to reuse the space, and that would cover things like stripping out pumps, removing the tiles, putting new plasterboard or plaster the walls, the pool either through concrete or other materials. Boarding over the pool is another option, but it would depend on the future use, which would be developed in agreement with the schools to identify what their needs are. A range of costs and a range of.
And would that be the cost per school or the total cost, Paul, for all the 4 pools?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that would be per school.
Right, so quite significant costs. So on that basis, would you say that to recoup the savings, it would take quite a number of years taking these costs or factoring in these costs? If you understand what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're looking at.
Yeah, thank you. My final question, which, sorry, the line's breaking up with your voice there, Paul, apologies. My final question is, when this subject was first raised at one of the meetings last year, it was mentioned that the cost per pool was 50,000, and that obviously increased to 100,000. Why was that?
Thanks very much, Councillor. That was based on revised figures. Obviously, been working with Paul Ketrick and his team, who had done some work based on one of the pools being closed for a period of time, and they used that as indicative costs. So obviously, and the point was made earlier, why was there not variability across the 4 pools? It was an average figure, and we're obviously looking at a low ball figure. So we looked at the lowest achievable figure, and the report indicates it was £67,500 approximately per pool in terms of switching the energy off, and then another £37,000 in associated additional costs in terms of the heating, the lighting, the chemical use and the staffing costs associated with the pool.
Right, but would it be fair to say it's very, very difficult, David, to get an accurate cost, bearing in mind that most pools are attached to the main electricity system of the schools?
I think that would be a fair assumption, and obviously we're basing it on the best information that we have at the time, on the fact that the pool was switched off, and they were obviously then monitoring the change in the usage at the time, and also some other information from other councils that had similarly decommissioned pools. But in terms of a precise figure, you are correct, the pools are not individually metered.
So it'd really be a guesstimate in that sense?
I think it's an educated and informed figure.
Yes, right. And my final question, Provost, on this was really, bearing in mind that unless you seal the pools off, the actual building that the pools are in, there's going to be energy costs because the heat has got to come from somewhere else in the school. So what percentage of the heat is that going to be, or the energy costs?
Can I defer to Paul? I don't know if you've got that figure at all.
Apologies, Provost, I don't have that figure. However, it would be safe to say that the cost associated with heating a traditional school area versus the cost of heating a pool, and the environment, the temperature that you have to keep a pool area at, there's quite a considerable difference between the two.
But there still is a cost, though, which is factored in, should be factored in, isn't there? Even if it was just 10% of the total, is that right?
That would be an appropriate way to deal with that, yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Provost. I would like to come back into the debate shortly, so reserve the right. Thank you very much. It was just for the question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flynn. Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Provost. Going off the amendments and obviously the report that was given to us on the proposal to close the 4 schools, it becomes clear at these meetings that all we seem to do is ask for further information, more reports, delaying time and leaving clubs and businesses in limbo as to these closures. Obviously, I'm firmly against the closures of these school pools. I think they're fundamental to local communities and the development of these areas. However, why were not all of the schools considered for the pools, for the analysis? Why are we now having to delay this for another 6 months for more information? Why was not every avenue, when this proposal was done, looked at?
Mr Mackay.
At that point in time, I was asked to look at an option for 4 pools to support the SPR report that was been taken for elected members. So within that time frame, the piece of work that was undertaken is what's in front of members.
But we're now need to wait another 6 months for another report that covers all of the schools when that could have been done at the start. So we wouldn't be in this position delaying it for another 6 months.
Thanks, Councillor Brown. Now go to Councillor Spears.
Sorry, was that a request for me to come in?
Yes, it was, Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you. My group haven't had a chance to look at both amendments. They are varied and different. One is to keep the school pools open, which through the questions, especially Mr. Councillor Flynn, look more economically viable to keep them open. And the SNP amendment, which is kick it down the road for 6 months, which is really disrespectful to all the swimming clubs who have a yearly programme. They have swimming events and different events that they are involved in, not just sporting events, but other things. So I think it's very clear for council on the way forward, and it looks like the cheapest way forward is to actually keep the pools open. So our group, or my group, is very determined to do that. So we will be supporting the Labour amendment.
Thanks for that, Councillor Spears. Now go to Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Like everybody else here today, Provost, I've received many emails and phone calls, all of which have been against the closure of the swimming pools. I don't think I've had any that's in favour of closing them. I feel that the pools are a vital part of our community. It's already been stated that it's a life skill, and sometimes it's a life-saving skill. Already mentioned by one of the previous speakers that one of the school children drowned and died. The family are very good friends of mine, and they were devastated when their child and their grandchild passed away. If we had a chance again, Provost, would we have built pools in every school? Who knows? Probably no. But we're at that situation. And the Scottish Conservative Unionist Group in Falkirk, we do, however, stand the financial position that we find ourselves in, £71 million short over the next 5 years. With education, probably find more than half of that. I have one school that's been proposed for closure, Graham High School. And we as a council want to use the schools as hubs for the communities. As I already stated, when these schools come into council ownership, there is a potential for revenue. If you include all the 8 schools for that revenue, it then becomes a healthy financial position. Water Safety Scotland's National Drowning Prevention Strategy aims to cut the number of deaths from accidental drowning by 50% by 2026. Scotland has the highest death rate from water deaths in the UK and currently double that of the UK average. As we all know, Provost, Falkirk has both coastal and inland waters, and it is considered a water-heavy area of the country. For our young people in Falkirk, swimming is therefore a valuable life skill. As part of a healthy lifestyle, swimming allows young people to keep themselves fit, healthy, and develop a positive and physical and mental health. Within Graham High School cluster, many young people learn to swim through the school programmes or through providers who make use of Graham High School pool. This season alone, 45 S1 non-swimmers have developed swimming competency. In recent years, swimming coaching has been built into the PE programme as part of their cluster working. Since our local context determines that many of our young people would not be able to access opportunities elsewhere. For an example, 70%.
That's 4 minutes, Councillor Kerr. If you could maybe sum up, please.
And if I go
4.
I'll be as quick as possible, Provost. Thanks for your indulgence. 70% of young people who were surveyed at the Hall Glen Primary are not water competency. This is a shocking number and gives the Scottish swimming as the national average is 40%. There's some of these children never been in a swimming pool. So this gives the use of the swimming pool, it gives the potential of life-saving measures, Provost. I'll just, since you've cut me down short, Provost, I'll cut down the bottom. I should be speaking faster. I agree with the 2 other groups, Provost, that we need to maximise the fees of the pools, and not just the 4 pools in question, but need to work with all the groups who use the pools. Another area that we need to look at is the heating and energy costs and the carbon capture, which can be helped by covering the pools at night, reducing the times that we heat in the pools, that we can do. What we can't do is do nothing. And I appreciate and I thank the rest of the groups who came along and gave their views, Provost. From the report, as my last point, Provost, from the report and from the 2 amendments, and there'll probably be positives spoken from other elected members, but I didn't see any positive from the report or for the amendments, or why we should be keeping the pools open.
Sum up, please.
That's me summed up, Provost. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. And with that, we'll break for lunch and back here at 1:45. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We'll now continue this. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Just to clarify, point just before I summed up, one of my learning colleagues across the room here, he says that I would close all the 8 pools. I can't remember saying that, and if I did, I apologise to anybody. I want to keep them all open.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not going to take up too much time because I think we've heard a lot from a lot of us today. I want to firstly thank officers for their time and effort on this. I think it's been. I think we're all agreed that it's not necessarily a position that we want to be in, having reports brought forward like this, and the challenges of bringing these reports forward are not insignificant. And also to the deputations who spoke very clearly and eloquently on the points that they've raised. I have a couple of points to make on the amendments in specific, but before I come to that, I'd like to ask, and I'm not sure if it's maybe for education, but perhaps seeing that we have Mr. Kettrick here with us, I wonder if it's maybe perhaps best posed to him. We've heard a lot about the figures involved in savings and PFI, PPP schools, bringing them back in 2025 and so on and so forth. But I wonder just how, based on the fact that we're talking anecdotal figures, how accurate they would be, given that I would presume that once these services are brought back into council ownership, there will be extended maintenance and running costs and so on, and how that squares with this circle.
Yes, Provost, it's a point well made. The costs and the responsibilities following the expiry of the PPP contract in 2025, they will all revert to the council. So there's a cost associated with it. We're not paying the PPP companies for nothing, so that you've got the cost of maintaining the pools, cleaning the pools, the management of them. It's the capital replacement of elements when they need to be done. All that responsibility will come to the council going forward as these buildings get older. Those costs will increase, and they're 25 years old coming up in 2025, so that cost is likely to increase.
Thank you. Mr. Greenhalgh, did you want to come in?
Thanks very much, Convener. Just to say, Councillor Sinclair, that in terms of the question, the figures in this report are correct. Circa 400,000 is paid to Class 98 in respect of keeping the appropriate schools open for community use, and that was agreed as part of the contract. Obviously, it was mentioned earlier on that these 4 schools, or 5 schools if you include the old Carlin Grange High School building, will refer back to the council from the 1st of August 2025. There is a report that's coming to Education, Children and Young People's Executive next week that gives the progress on that work, so that will be discussed at the executive meeting next week. But just to say, as Mr. Kettrick said, that this figure is to allow Class 98 and their subcontractors to keep these schools open beyond their time, so they do have staff on site. So obviously if it came back into council use and we wanted to maintain the same hours, then we would have to still pay staff to do that. So the residual element of that £400,000 is what we will seek to get to when we do the work that's involved in the ending of the contract. So that figure that's mentioned here isn't a gimme in terms of a saving, because if we're going to keep those schools open for community use, we'll still have to pay additional staff costs and all the other costs that the contractor picks up, and that's why we pay that contracted cost to them.
Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you for that, Prof, and thanks for very full answers. I think that kind of explains the complexity around the figures, the savings, and what we are required to do as a council. And I think that kind of reflects the complexity of our budget situation as it stands anyway. We're more figures coming back to us about the extension to 71 million over 5 years is the budget gap that we're facing. So we are in a very particular position here in Falkirk District. I think the amendments, and I'll come on to the amendments now, I think in terms of both the amendments, I'm not sure where some of the information is coming from, that they're miles away. I actually think they're closer than we think they are in terms of what their aims are. Our amendment that we're bringing forward is very much on similar lines, based on full cost recovery, how we can go about keeping as many pools as we can open, on the understanding that officers might come back and say, well, you can have all of these pools, but you might have something else in terms of the management of the pools. And I fully understand that, and I fully understand that officers should be free to bring forward the proposals that they bring forward on that basis. And I don't think that the promise to close pools can be made, or not to close pools can be made in perpetuity. We have to be dealing with what we have here in front of us right now. But also in terms of the timescales, we have an ability to bring something forward, if we have an ability to bring something forward within a time period of 6 months, according to our amendment. 6 months, within 6 months is a lot closer than the December council meeting. And if it's ready as soon as possible, we could bring that forward. So if we're talking about surety for businesses and continuity for businesses in places like that, and the people who use these services, perhaps bringing it forward as soon as it's ready is better than bringing it forward maybe a couple of months down the line before that's ready. So I think if that answers that question. As I said at the start, none of us here around these tables want to be in this position, but we are in this position for particular reasons, and I'm not going to go on about them. Our budget is our budget. We have to be looking at what we can do with what we have, rather than focusing on what we don't have. And I think that is where the strength in this council lies. As I've said before, I'm happy to second our amendment as an administration, and I hope that we can all come to some kind of agreement in the very near future.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. We'll go to Councillor Hannah, then Councillor Flynn, then Councillor Buchanan. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I also want to thank the officers for bringing forward this report and thank them for the extensive consultation that was done. There was a lot of work put into it, and the details of the responses are all in the report in front of you. I want to thank
Councillor Hannah.
Well, I hope my 4 minutes has not been including that break. Well, as I was trying to say, I want to thank the deputations, because they have actually stolen my thunder, as they did for some of my fellow councillors, by putting forward some very good, very important points. We heard here today from David Mackay that he was asked to bring forward proposals for the closure of 4 schools. That's the point in which we disagree. I agree with Councillor Sinclair that there are a lot of similarities between our 2 amendments here. The difference is that the administration's amendment starts with the assumption of closure, and the entire process has been about the assumption of closure, the assumption that the only way to save money is closure. Now, we think that that should be the last thing on your list in options, not the first. That's why we are suggesting we put this particular proposal, we do not agree this particular proposal, and we look at all the other options for increasing usage, for reducing costs, for reducing emissions by other means. Now, we've heard very clearly from all the different groups that use the schools. They want more access to school pools, not less. I think the clubs would bite your hand off were the exact words. So there is a demand for the use. If we had a lot of extra pools that nobody was using, we would obviously be saying, let's look at the least used pools and look at closure. But we are not saying that because we don't have pools that are seriously underused. There's some underusage and the scope for increasing usage. And that's what we have to look at. There are alternatives to closure, and we need to get these looked at and considered seriously. I also want to make a point about the usage of the pools. We've heard a lot today about the young people's usage of pools, and that is really, really important, that young people get access to high quality facilities so they can learn to swim, so they can be safe in water. But it's not only young people that use these pools. These pools are used by a wide range of people of all different ages, all different abilities, mental health problems, physical disabilities. The pools are widely used by the population. It's really also important that we maintain those pools to maximise the accessibility of swimming for those people on the lowest of incomes. It's all very well for those people who are well enough off to take their children to specialised swimming lessons or go to Ibiza for the summer and get into. Yeah, but not everyone can do that. Ewan said, I think that, I think it was Ewan who said, the pools are the heartbeat of the community. We want to keep that heart beating. I think it is really, really important. Kieran, I think, said it's important that we open the door to the conversations around the better ways of using our facilities to maximise the income we get from them and the ability we have to maintain them. So I agree we have a lot of ground of the two amendments, but I do not think that it's a good idea to have the sword of Damocles hung over the clubs who are trying to plan. They're much more likely to engage with the council in terms of using it if they have that sword taken away.
Very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Flynn.
Yep, thank you, Provost. Before I start my little session, I just wanted to mention regarding the class of 98, of course, with Larbert High School, it's Mighty, M-I-T-E, that do the maintenance and that, and they are incredibly expensive for anything, incredibly expensive for any extra work. These costs will drop dramatically when they come back to our ownership. Right, down to what I was going to say, there's a lot I could say. The deputation were excellent and they covered a lot of good points, a huge number of points. But you know, when you go on a journey, it's only when you look back, it doesn't matter what the journey is, you see how far you've come. And anybody that can remember, or even looking at the pictures on our website of the Falkirk Baths, that's what it used to be. In the days of Bobby McGregor, and I believe it was Casey Nelson, swimming up and down in a couple of lanes up and down there, not in a 25-metre pool, a 25-yard pool. Some of you, if you look in Wikipedia anyway, you'll see it, that Bobby McGregor got a silver medal at the 1964 Olympics. He competed in 8 events in the 64 and 68 Olympics and came 4th in 3 of those events and won the silver medal in the other. Fantastic achievement. All that in one little pool. Since then, our local swimming clubs have achieved loads and loads of things. Grangemouth Amateur Swimming Club, the Otters and the other clubs. Many successes across Scotland at different galas and events. My daughters were members of the Grangemouth Swimming Club many years ago. And my one daughter, she became the Selkirkshire Schools backstroke champion for 4 years in a row. Now that wouldn't have been possible without the dedication and the facilities that were there, the dedication of the staff, etc. Now, these clubs are still succeeding nowadays. We should be proud of what we've got. To have all those pools, we shouldn't be saying, well, it's a shame we've got more on average than Glasgow. Well, that's Glasgow's problem. It's not ours. More than Clackmannan. Well, poor Clackmannan, get themselves sorted out. We should be proud and looking at that. And to be honest, I really think we should credit, I'm fighting for all the schools to keep remaining their pools, but I'm particularly fighting the corner of Larbert High School. The achievement of that school, of what they've done for all the pupils. There's 2,025 pupils in that school, 160 odd staff, and many, many volunteers there. All the children in S1 get swimming lessons, but it's more than swimming lessons. There's other things, there's aquatic sports and all the rest of it. It's not part of the curriculum. It is part of the PE curriculum though, a valuable part. And I think to say, even suggest that you would not have Larbert High School in it, You know, that tells me that this is a bit of a carry on. But to take the biggest school in Scotland and say, well, you're not going to have a pool, nonsense, utter and complete nonsense. Larbert High School staff and through John Reid, director.
Flynn.
Sorry?
A minute left.
Okay, I'm not. You have to excuse me. I'm on sick leave at the moment, so I'm fighting hard to cope with this, Provost. Sorry about that. You know. But anyway, the high school through John Reid works very, very hard there. Now, to suggest closing the pools was a crazy suggestion from the start. It should never have come up. The numbers don't add up. The decommissioning costs, the potential savings we can make, the class of 98 benefits. And then finally, in my last couple of points, just bear with me, please. How much is a life worth? How much is the cost of inequality worth? Now, as regards the SNP, and this is my final comment, I'm very, very not surprised, but usually disappointed in the negativity about this subject, about them. This is a positive achievement having all these pools, but not with SNP. You know, if they were doing a remake of Dad's Army, they should volunteer because we're all doomed. We're all doomed. And finally, the SNP's amendment is all about stalling things. Well, you know what? I'm not here to stall things. I'm here to vote for my constituents who want an answer today. And you know what that answer is? Keep those pools open for our future, for our children, for our communities. Thank you, Provost.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Flynn. We'll now go to Councillor Buchanan.
Can you hear me okay, Provost?
Loud and clear, Councillor.
First of all, I'd just like to thank Councillor Flynn for his contribution and all the other supporters of the communities. Provost, I'm only going to speak for a couple of minutes in sort of general terms and regarding the trend that's been set by this administration. Here we are today, 2.5 years down the line, put out of the municipal buildings. Everybody's crammed into a wee room down at Grangemouth. Some people can't get in because they're no well and they can't sit beside all these people. The fact of the matter is we haven't got a town hall now, and all the issues, all the organisations that use that now are clamouring to get somewhere else. 15, 20 years ago, Falkirk was an area that people wanted to come to. Equidistant between Glasgow and Edinburgh Airport, lots of new development going on, loads of historical sites. But the fact is the trend is changing a bit because of the fact is that we're closing all types of community facilities. Now, the last issue in relation to the what I would say is a monologue in relation to the community centres. Everybody knows the reasoning behind that. The fact is that all communities are up in arms. People are saying this, people are saying that, information coming here, information there. What I'm saying just now, Provost, quite clearly is I'm supporting the amendment by the Labour group because it's a sensible one. We've heard the speakers, the representatives of all these groups, and we've heard representatives here before for other areas. There seems to be a trend in this council that we want to close all community facilities down. And the fact is that there's going to be a legacy left. There's going to be a legacy left. Easy for people to turn around and say, it's all right for you, open your mouth, use independence. You've nobody to answer to. If you're an SNP, a Labour, or you're a Conservative, you've got your groups, you've got your group whips. But we, as independents, are representatives of the whole community, and over 160,000 people are listening to your views. And our views, and my view quite clearly is this: no pool closures. And the fact is that we'll need to take a reality check to see what kind of legacy this council is going to leave. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Buchanan. We'll now go to Councillor Nimmo, Councillor Meikle-John, Councillor Bundy and Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Provost. It's just a quick question in relation to the SNP's motion. It's probably best directed to Mr Greenhorn. Gary, why don't we have a full cost recovery model in front of us here today? I would have thought when this item came forward as a budget cut, there would have been some sort of supporting information regarding full cost recovery attached to that, but we don't have anything.
Okay. I think the notion of full cost recovery is one that is good, but the complexities around full cost recovery for the closure of swimming pools in particular is really difficult to get a grasp on. Councillor Nimmo, I'll give you an example that full cost recovery for a pool would include perhaps the cost of the use of the pool during the school day. for its PE curricular activities, and the cost at night or out with for community use might be a separate cost. So we need to look at it and try to get a handle on it. We do have costs, and I think it's been articulated today of the potential of raising some additional income from it, but we need to look at it because every pool is different, because every pool is run by two different organisations. We've got our PPP schools, we refer to them, are run by Class 98, and the schools that we've got in our other schools are run by Gateway. So the recharges for these pools are different. It's not an easy thing to extrapolate. As Mr. Kettrick was pointing out, a lot of these costs are built into the whole school building, and we don't have separate metering. So it is something that, yes, we can aspire to get to, but at this moment in time, we've not finished the work that would enable us to get to that position for the reasons that I've just outlined.
Thanks, Gary.
Okay, we'll now go to Councillor Michael John. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I just think it's quite important that we've got such a serious financial situation, and people are making some of the dreadful comparisons and political points and sensationalising situations when we've got a job to do as elected members. If we listened today to what everyone had said, anybody would think we were closing all swimming pools in Falkirk and there would be no opportunity to swim. That is not the case. The proposal in the paper is only around 4 pools. There would still be access to other pools. We cannot hide, and nor should we hide, from the fact that we have a £64 million gap to meet over the next 4 years. Education services will have to make a significant contribution to that. And if it's not looking at some of the things around school pools, then what is the alternatives? And we've heard from Mr. Mackay that any alternatives will have to be a direct impact on schools. That be around the curriculum, around staffing, around jobs, and that's, if we're stuck with having teacher numbers, then it's going to be around the janitors and the support staff. So I think we need to just be mindful of that situation, and I think that the Labour's amendment could well come back to bite them on that. If you ask the member of the public, do you want us to close something? Doesn't matter what it is, there's going to be a resistance to that, and they're going to say no. So that is not something that's unexpected, but we have a duty to have a financially sustainable council going forward, and that means there's difficult decisions. No one wants to be closing school pools. I don't want to be closing school pools, and that should be our last option. I absolutely agree with that, but right now there's a piece of work to be done, and that may end up being the worst least option which comes before us. So I think we need to be careful what we wish for. The SNP amendment, however, is a pragmatic approach to the issue of the cost of school pools, and clearly directs officers to what we want to see them consider, and I think that's why it's explicit within our amendment, the areas we want them to focus on, and it's around that full cost recovery. Potentially that may not be possible to do that full cost recovery. It may have huge high risks, that full cost recovery, because all it could take in full cost recovery is for one of the swimming clubs to say we can't afford that, and it all falls apart, the house of cards comes down. And we are back to the position we are, where we're looking at closing schools. Therefore, I think it is totally irresponsible at this stage to make a promise that not to close school pools, because I don't believe we are in a position as a council to be able to make that commitment without knowing what the alternatives are.
Yeah, a minute left, Councillor Meikle.
Sorry?
A minute left.
Yeah. I'm happy to do that, but what we do have is political posturing and populist politics from the opposition, who obviously some have clear aspirations about furthering their career. So I think that the SNP amendment is the right way to go. It is the responsible, it's the mature political way to go, allowing a piece of work to come, but leaving our options open for the future, because we could indeed see significantly worse options coming forward that people were going to find even more abhorrent, particularly if it directly impacts on our children's education. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Michael John. We'll now go to Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I do have some questions regarding the climate change implications in section 3 of the report. I remember last year I gave a speech about the climate change strategy and how we should be taking into account carbon offsetting and focusing on reducing scope 3 emissions for the 2045 target, as well as scope 1 and scope 2, which is the 2030 target, which the report mentions. Was there any consideration of carbon offsetting when writing this report about the climate change implications? Because some factors that come to mind is the carbon that comes about with further travelling and the potential of new pools opening either by the private sector or community groups, which would be outside the council's own scope. Thank you.
Provost, I haven't got that information, but I don't know if maybe Mr. Kettrick has any more to add to that point. But, we worked with the climate change department within the council, who obviously supported that particular area of the report. But Mr. Kettrick may have some more to add.
Mr. Kettrick.
Provost, the figures for the carbon emissions is based on the buildings alone. Until alternative locations would have been identified for pupils to travel to, etc., then that would have to be built in there. So they are the gross figures at this stage.
Thanks, Paul and David, for that. I accept these figures in front of us are correct for scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, though I do think it's important to put on record that there would be an offset into scope 3, and these figures would not be the savings. They would actually be additional carbon that we have to take into account. Also, the proposals in front of us, we talk about the carbon outputs of the swimming pools, the 4 pools facing potential closure. Before this report was put for us today, were alternative energy sources looked for the 4 pools?
Again, I'll defer to my colleague with regard to that question. However, the information I do have in terms of the cost for implementation of those alternatives were significant, and the cost recovery period was substantial. In terms of the benefit realisation would be limited. But Paul, you want to jump in case I've made any mistakes there?
Provost, no, you've not made any mistakes here, David. There is work already ongoing for the installation of photovoltaics across all the learning estate, and in particular the secondary schools. So that's already in motion. There's also the NDEEF project, which is looking at energy efficiency, and these are all precursors to looking at things such as air source heat pumps, in particular, which is the latest thing that people are looking at. Just a word of caution on air source heat pumps. It's a net gain. That's what you get. They're more efficient in generating heat, but they're electric, so that draws more off the grid. So they're not free, and using electric heating to heat water can generally be more expensive than it is at the moment for gas. So there's a balance to be done. Also, the buildings, when we're looking at the older PPP schools, they're 25-year-old. Mechanical and electrical installations, which are more challenging to retrofit, particularly for things like air source. Photovoltaics, good insulation is the way to start off with, but there will need to be an exercise undertaken on alternative, whether it's ground source or air source heat pumps. But at this stage, some of the payback periods that have been looked at would actually be longer than the life of the kit. In terms of that, but there's further work would need to be done on an individual basis on each of the schools.
Thanks, Paul. Do we have a figure roughly about how much it would cost for one of these alternative uses? You're talking about the payback length, but what's the actual net cost?
I don't have that to hand. There's a variation in things like air source heat pumps. They can go from, a fairly basic setup, which is, £10,000–15,000 domestic type level, which, isn't going to be suitable for a pool. Individual units can go up to £45,000–50,000 or more. You're going to need an awful lot of them to heat a pool. And again, I mean, whilst they're about 300% more efficient than a traditional boiler, to produce it, there is that cost associated with retrofitting and installation. So the costs would need to be looked at very carefully to determine. But in many instances, what we've seen is that the total cost of the new stuff, particularly the air source heat pumps, will exceed the actual life of the unit, which is about 25 years.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bundy. I'll now go to Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. Question that I wanted to ask right at the very start, even before we heard from a delegation, is who actually proposed closing any of the pools in Falkirk Council? Any of them? It's a rhetorical question. I don't particularly need an answer, because we heard the answer. Councillor Brown, to my right here, she asked why only 4 pools were considered, and Mr Mackay said he was only asked to consider those 4 pools. Going back to the start of the discussion, Councillor Flynn asked the question, do we have any details about decommissioning? How involved would it be to decommission any of the pools? And the figures again were quite frightening. 500,000 to £1 million we could be talking of to decommission a pool from a school. And that to me is the fundamental detail here. The way that I looked at it, I contacted my colleague yesterday evening. This is like Falkirk Football Club putting forward a proposal to shut off one of the goals at the stadium. You can't possibly do that. You cannot extricate a swimming pool. It's not a case of closing off half a dozen classes by closing doors and stuff like that. The horrendous cost that we've heard repeatedly. We've just heard it from Mr Kettrick there just now, photovoltaics, the alternative boilers and whatever. So here we are, we're looking at coming up with alternative figures yet again, detailed figures yet again, wasting our time. Coming back to my original question, who proposed closing down the pools? I don't have an issue with somebody putting forward a proposal to close down a pool, 4 pools or 10 pools. What I have an issue is that right as soon as that proposal came ahead, it was knocked back immediately. No, it's unacceptable to the council. Please go away and come back with alternative proposals. The reason I get quite so het up about this is it's a big thing for me. It's reputational damage that is done to this council. This goes back to December, goes back to early meetings of this year leading up to the budget, where we were advised we're potentially going to close 4 schools. And here we are, May, 4 or 5 months later, all we're doing is embarrassing ourselves in front of the general public. Councillor McCannon made a great couple of points. We don't have any municipal buildings here. We're down at Grangeworth, which is, the facility is okay. We don't have any town hall because we made the decision to close the town hall early against public opinion. And I've got the greatest respect with for Councillor Sinclair, but I fundamentally disagree with his stance on this one, Ian, where he talks about pushing,
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. Where he talks about pushing forward with a decision that could be made within 6 months to give some kind of comfort to users of the pools. That's not enough. We should be giving them every confidence that the pools are not under threat at all. And we should be keeping the pools open. I'll certainly be voting against the SNP proposal. We'll be voting with Labour. And let me just assure people here, I have no intention of furthering my career. This is not about politics. Well, it is actually about politics, but it's questioning politics. It's about representing the communities that I was elected to do, and that's what we'll do. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Britton.
Thanks, Provost. We're here again today being asked to make a decision or to look at closing 4 schools. I mentioned before it seems to be a recurring theme that we get some information, but we don't get all of the information to make those decisions. We've had many councillors ask today really important questions on figures. All we have is a report detailing £400,000 worth of savings. We shouldn't have to ask for that information, for that further information. That information should be available now for us to make that decision, not 6 months down the line. These are impacting peoples and communities that you're asking us to make that decision on, yet we don't have the full facts. We need that information to make that decision. So this for me can't continue where we're having to ask and ask and ask for financial information. The report should cover everything that we're sitting looking at just now to make that decision. Thank you.
And what's Councillor Brown? Now go to Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much. Now, as has been stated already, none of us want to close the school pools. It's not something any of us want to do. However, doing nothing is going to have a substantial impact on the council's drive to come net zero. This decision today is not. This decision today is due to the previous administrations not taking the actions needed, but using the dwindling reserves to bolster vanity projects to keep their public image. Closing these four pools would save 45% of the CO2 generated by the 9 school pools. So it is a significant saving to our CO2 emissions and working towards making Falkirk a greener place. This will have the added benefits to the health of all of our residents in the Falkirk Council area, not just the numbers of residents who use the pools. Now, the opposition have stated they do not want cuts, but they do not say where they will get the money from. They have not indicated how they wish to make a significant step towards our net zero target, a step in saving 45% of the CO2 emissions from the school pools. The Labour amendment proposed by Councillor Redmond asks for current carbon emissions, the same figures in section 3.2 of the report. Now, my question to the officers is on section 7.10, page 56. It states the forecast indicates a potential increase of 30% for electricity for year on year and 153% for gas. So firstly, can officers please elaborate how we source our supplies? Is it, for example, through the same system as our residents, or is it through procurement?
Yourself, Paul?
Yeah, Provost, I'll pick that one. The council is part of the all local authorities in Scotland procure their energy through a Scotland Excel Scottish Government framework. We actually buy our energy a year in advance. So the price we're paying this year is for our energy for next year, and it rolls on that basis. The figures in terms of the year on year estimates were from the turn of the year, and they were provided by our energy manager, who actually monitors that contract.
Thank you very much, Paul. And can I ask, what was the increase been for the last year of the usage for both of these? If you have that figure available.
I don't have that figure available, but clearly there's been substantial increases of equivalence to the figures that are represented here. They won't be too far away.
Thank you very much. Now, it's stated that conversation that the school pools are heated by the gas, but we're expected to see a 153% increase for year on year. Is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Deacon. We'll now go to Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. I'm in agreement with Councillor Sinclair here that there's actually not an awful lot between the two amendments, and I think probably most people would say the same thing. I think the carrying out further work on a full cost recovery model in all schools to provide information on matters such as potential for increasing income generation, creating efficiencies, including consideration of review of fees and charges, energy efficiency measures, staffing arrangements and opening hours. I think probably everybody's on board with that. It was suggested that we possibly are putting closing first. I don't think I actually read that. I think I read that council agrees that no decision shall be taken at this meeting on the closure of pools. And I don't remember anybody on this side of the table saying the final option should be to close school pools, whereas it has been said coming from the other side. So think about what you're voting for, because that has been said from the other side. The final option should be to close school pools. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bowes. If there are no other questions, we'll go to Councillor Meikle-John or Councillor Garnett to sum up. My apologies.
I honestly won't take long because I need to rush home and bring my son back to this building for his swimming with Grangemouth Amateur Swimming Club at 6 p.m. So yes, Provost, I actually thought there'd be a wee bit of harmony around these amendments, and as Ewan Lowe stated earlier on, he doesn't actually see much between the two amendments. The two amendments to me are quite clear that we all want to keep the swimming pools open, and I think that's been sort of taken out of context, especially with Councillor Hannah when she mentioned it earlier on. But as I say, they both state that we want to keep the pools open, and I think there's some political gamesmanship being played here and agendas, and I want to make it clear that these are officers' proposals, not the SNP administration's proposals. It was also mentioned about kicking it down the road. We're not kicking it down the road. We're trying to take a pragmatic, financially prudent approach, as some of the members on the other side of the table realise that we are trying to do that, and I do appreciate that from them. As I say, Provost, we have stated we don't want to close any of these pools, but we have to look at it for a sustainable financial solution, and I do hope this will be achieved, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gardner. We'll now go to Moody to summarise where we are.
Can you hear?
Thank you, Provost. Hopefully people can hear me now.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Provost, although both propositions in front of the Council this afternoon have been described as amendments, the proposition moved by Councillor Garner and seconded by Councillor Sinclair is the motion before the Council today. So just for the purpose of when we're taking the vote, motion refers to the administration position, against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor Redmond and seconded by Councillor Steenbank. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
Amendment.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Robertson.
Motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 11 votes for the motion. There are 16 votes for the amendment, and the amendment is accordingly carried.
Thank you. Next item of business is exclusion of the public, which Mr. Moody will explain.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And this item on the agenda refers to the fact that included in the report on the Town Hall update are 3 appendices, which you will see appear on pink paper because they include confidential material. You'll have seen from the public part of the report that the subject matter of this item of business relates to the acquisition of a piece of land, and the confidential papers relate to the terms in relation to that acquisition and also to information in relation to other parties which it would not be appropriate to share with the public in general. However, the report, which is printed on white paper, and the remaining appendices are public available and have been published. So to attempt to balance the considerations of transparency and the importance of allowing the public to see the decision making in relation to this particular item, but to also allow members the opportunity to ask questions in relation to the confidential aspects of the report. The proposal is that this item is taken effectively in two parts. So the shape of this, again, with your agreement, Provost, would be that we would hear the report spoken to by Mr. Kettrick in public. There would then be an opportunity to move into private to allow members to ask questions in relation to the confidential appendices, and then we would go back into public session for the decision making. So that would ensure the transparency and public sight of the decision which is to be made. So that, Provost, is the proposal for how this item of business will be dealt with.
Okay, that's pretty clear. So we'll go straight to
Provost,
Mr. Kettrick.
Provost,
Sorry, carry on.
Provost,
Carry on.
could I maybe come in at this juncture just to say quite clearly I've got major concerns in relation to information contained within this report. My concern at this stage is quite clear that much of the information on the pink paper has already been out in the public domain for some considerable time. We were at a meeting held by the trade union movement in Falkirk High Street at the bandstand some time ago, where a number of the issues that are in the pink paper were being discussed publicly. And I'm just saying at this stage that I have got major concerns. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Moody, would you like to answer that?
I'm certainly not aware of the crossover of information between what Councillor Buchanan has said and what's in the appendices. I think particularly when one takes into account that one of the appendices are the proposed heads of terms for the acquisition, it would be surprising if that information were being discussed publicly. Another relates to some fairly complex and detailed financial information associated with that. And it may be that Councillor Buchanan is referring to some of the information in Appendix 1, but it's undoubtedly the case that there is information relating to other parties within that. So I think that's as best as I can answer the point that has been raised, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now go to Mr. Kettrick. This is a report by Director of Police, Mr. Benny, but it's Mr. Kettrick that's going to summarise the report and the recommendations.
Thank you, Provost. The purpose of the report today is to provide an update on the replacement Falkirk Town Hall, and in particular the identification of a new site for the new facility and the next steps should approval be given. Members will recollect the September 2022 decision on the new Town Hall and the closure of the old Town Hall, which instructed officers to review and update the business case for the new Town Hall facility, progress the demolition works for the municipal buildings in the Falkirk Hall, progress and opportunities for the delivery of the project and report back on the progress and the preferred site. This is the report to provide the update on those sections.
Sorry, the sound's not great on Paul's mic.
Hopefully you can hear me now. Sections 4.2 and 4.4 outline the good progress being made on the demolition of municipal buildings and the former Town Hall site, with completion expected by December this year. Members should note that the vast majority of groups have all been relocated to Grangemouth. Okay, hopefully everyone can hear me now. Sections 4.2 and 4.4 outline the good progress being made on the demolition of municipal buildings, as I've just mentioned, and the majority of groups who were based at the former town hall have been relocated to Grangemouth and Bonus town halls, and Dobie Hall equipment has also been relocated and is now in use in those venues. A call for sites exercise was undertaken at the turn of the year and involved a direct contact with landowners who had previously expressed an interest in accommodating the new town hall, and there was also advertising in both the local and national media of the opportunity. Following the initial exercise, which identified potential locations, these were appraised in terms of size and were shortlisted, with 3 main sites being identified as suitable. These will come as no surprise, and they were Calendar Square, Coburn Street and the former bus station, Meadow Street in Falkirk. These sites were each then considered in terms of their impact on the high street, the fitness in terms of scale to accommodate the proposed development to an effective layout, the site complexity to assemble, the estimated costs to assemble on a worst case, best case scenario, the risks associated with the proposed location and the timescales for potential delivery. The outline of the ranking of these is shown in section 5.5, with Calendar Square scoring the highest. In addition, Provost, the DV, the District Valuer, was engaged to provide views on valuations, and the design team were also re-engaged to provide an appraisal of pros and cons on each location in terms of the town centre spatial considerations. As outlined in the report, officers are now recommending Calendar Square and the Antonine Hotel site as the preferred location, and have set out in the report, including the confidential Appendix 1, further information on all the various other locations that were considered in the background to those. The Calendar Square location is sufficient in terms of size to realise the ambitions of the council for the new town hall. It's a prominent location in a single ownership and is available at a price that is compatible to the district valuer's valuation and their financial requirements. The owner is a willing seller and will work collaboratively to share the risk with the council to deliver vacant possession of the building. The draft heads of terms are, as was mentioned, outlined in the confidential Appendix 4 and reflect the following: an ability to minimise the holding costs and attempt to dovetail demolition works with vacant possession and negate the responsibility to relocate tenants because the current owner has already an ongoing relationship with them and may be in a better position to relocate them. There is, as members will appreciate, a large amount of due diligence and further negotiation on the detailed terms to undertake, hence why part of the report is confidential, and we don't want to prejudice either party's interests in those negotiations. And therefore it is recommended that the Director of Police Services is also provided delegated authority to conclude those negotiations, subject to them continuing to represent best value as outlined in the report. The intention is that this process is expected to be concluded by the end of the summer. In parallel to the negotiations for acquisition by agreement, due to the complex nature of the site, the council may require to promote a compulsory purchase order. This will ensure that possession can be timeously secured across all property interests and will allow the project to progress to our desired delivery timescales. It will also enable us to tackle any potential title deficiencies, such as gaps due to the historic nature of the building. Officers will report back on the progress and findings of the diligence before any decision is formally sought on promoting a compulsory purchase, should it be necessary. The proposal is to demolish Calendar Square and the Antonine Hotel buildings and develop the site for a new town hall. An initial consideration was given to retaining Calendar Square. However, it was deemed that such an approach would greatly restrict the ability to deliver a modern art, heritage and culture centre in terms of both layout and in terms of long-term construction quality. Should members agree to progress as outlined in the report, there is also substantial activity to update and finalise the business case for the new facility, reflecting the locational qualities of Calendar Square. This will include progressing through outline and full business case processes to ensure that the council is able to secure £6 million from the growth deal, which is being provided £3 million from Scottish Government and £3 million from the UK Government. There will also be work to evaluate capital construction costs, and we've provided an outline of those in the confidential Appendix 5, together with the funding that is likely to support the business case. At this stage, Provost, the current estimate is the project will cost approximately £59 million. However, this is indicative at this stage, and with there is significant site investigations, substantial design development, amongst other things to attend to. In relation to revenue consequences, as outlined in the report, we currently estimate that the new facility will have an annual deficit in excess of £200,000. However, again, this is indicative and further work will be undertaken on the business case to mitigate ongoing costs. However, it should be reflected that large areas of the accommodation, such as the library, the advice hub and the civic areas, do come at a cost. It's worth noting that the development will create, or will aim to create, a vibrant community hub that meets the needs of local people and visitors, supports the voluntary and independent arts sector, and will also encourage professional touring companies. It's estimated that through that general annual economic activity, that there will be a generation of £7.3 million, which is anticipated having £5.5 million new to the local economy. These figures and their basis will be reviewed and updated as part of the development of the business case and the operating model options. The new facility and the wider urban realm development can act as a catalyst for the regeneration of the town centre, and in pursuit of ensuring we have a cohesive approach to the regeneration of the town, there is work ongoing at the moment, which members will be aware of, for a new town centre master plan. This master plan will set out the future vision for the town and incorporate potential development locations, uses and connections between the significant investments already committed and proposed, such as Newmarket Lint Rigs, the Grimston Active Travel Hub, and indeed the proposal for this town hall. These developments and those that are expected to be forthcoming from the private sector will contribute to the renewal and regeneration of the town centre. Section 5.27 outlines the next steps for delivery of the new town hall, and in summary sets out a time frame where it is hoped that the site assembly, demolition, planning and construction and procurement will all be completed in time for a site start in spring 2026. In addition to the development of the new town hall, if members agree today, we will now progress the marketing and the disposal of the municipal building site, which will not only generate a capital receipt to support the project, but it is expected to deliver approximately 100 new homes, which again will contribute to increasing people living in the town centre and its vibrancy. In conclusion, Provost, the identification of the preferred site is a key milestone in the delivery of the new town hall, which when it's delivered will act as the main regional fulcrum for the provision of arts, culture and heritage, together with providing our community with a new library and civic facility. This recognises our aspirations and ambitions for both our communities and our businesses. This delivery of a significant and exciting development demonstrates the commitment to the town centre and will act as a catalyst for its recovery, renewal and regeneration. I'm happy to take questions, Provost.
Thanks very much, Mr. Catrick. We'll now go into private session, and those who are online, I'll have a link to go into to rejoin the separate meeting.
Just waiting on one to transfer. Okay.
Okay, so we've had the private session and we've asked questions on the pink paper. So this is opportunity to ask general questions for Mr. Kettrick on the project or Mrs. Malkin. Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to thank Malcolm, Paul and the rest of the team for all the work that they have done and to get us to this stage. When I was walking around Sharks 2 weeks ago, I was struck by the town, and not only because of the beauty of the cathedral, but how the wider town, through my amateur judgment, was designed to complement the cathedral through the stone and ironwork. And therefore, when I've been reading the proposals for the regeneration of a high street with the new town hall, that importance of complementing existing architecture has been at the forefront of my mind. As a proud Falkirk Baron, it has brought me much pain seeing the decline of Falkirk High Street over my lifetime. But there are still real assets there. The Holy Falkirk Trinity Church, the steeple are just two of these examples. And if we utilise these, we can bring our high street back to its full potential. The decline.
Do you have a question, Councillor Bundy?
Yes, I've got a question. And the decline has been partly because of international trends, but also some of the decisions that this council has made previously, and we haven't really taken into full account complementing the rest of the high street, in particular the existing architecture, which people love, that people take pride in it. So when we have got the right location for the new Falkirk Town Hall, I think it's vitally important that we get the right building, and therefore as we bring forward the proposals with the new design, while complementing existing architecture be taken into account. Thank you.
Provost, yes, I certainly reflect those views. The town of Falkirk, going, 19th and 20th century, a long legacy of Georgian, Victorian and Art Deco styles. Post-war, not so good, and clearly we will be looking to add to that architectural legacy going forward. But clearly, and you wouldn't expect me to say anything else, you know, we will need to reflect on cost as to what that involves. However, there is no reason that cheap can't be nice. So we have to be mindful of that.
And just a follow-up question to Paul on that. It is important that we look at the upfront costs because we can't build something that is out with our budget. But I think it's also important to look at the wider economic benefits of complementing and how building a building that is out of touch with the existing architecture could actually undermine the value of the high street. So when we're looking at budgets, will the economic benefit of complementing be taken into account? Thank you.
The short answer is yes. We need to not do something that we're going to be regretting in years to come.
Okay, thanks very much. So just to be clear, this is just for general questions for Mr. Kettrick. We'll go to Councillor Meikle-John, Councillor Hanton, the group leaders, and then we'll have a further debate later on if anyone wants to ask further questions. So has anybody got any additional questions just now? No? Okay, over to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. Firstly, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Kettrick and his team for all the work that they've done in pulling this together. I'm sure we can agree that there has been a power of work done into producing this report, which is comprehensive and robust. So well done to all. And however, the real challenge is yet to come, not just purchasing the site, but delivering the project. In the SNP's manifesto in 2017, we made a commitment that we would look at regeneration of Falkirk Town Centre, looking at office accommodation and replacement town hall as a key catalyst to regeneration that would make a significant difference. And we've soundly continued to pursue that during the previous administration and continue to do so. In fact, our initial vision was based around the potential redevelopment of Calendar Square and the site roundabout, creating an arts and civic centre, which would be replacing the town hall and the civic function of the council, and looking at the redevelopment of the area roundabout to create a civic square and a cafe and restaurant quarter. That is still an aspiration, which I'm sure others would share, as that would indeed create a nighttime and a daytime economy for our town centre as well as the activity. So that's something that we will continue to look to pursue as part of the development, which hopefully will be agreed today. However, on entering to the discussions over the past years, the options appraisal, it was proved possible not to achieve best value with Calendar Square, and that was why the Coburn site was put forward. That site fell in favour of a refurb of the existing town hall. Thankfully, common sense prevailed and the commitment to a high street location, which was finally agreed across council. Since then, we've had a further evaluation of each of the sites being considered independently and evaluated, and thus the implications of the sites depending on which the council would use. Further work has enabled Calendar Square to follow through in these option appraisals and has now become the preferred site. There is significant public interest, and what has been clear is a real desire to see a new town hall. Many have questioned the demolish and rebuild, but as we've heard before, that Calendar Square has the original foundations, and therefore a refurb would not be taken forward as best value. It would not give the longevity of the building, and it would be harder to retrofit, particularly in meeting net zero. A new build multifunctional building is what has been proposed for the site in Calendar Square, and this offers best value and location, and it's what the people of Falkirk deserve. As part of the risk assessment, it's highlighted in the paper that we would be looking to pursue a CPO, which is designed as an enabler to ensure the site assembly does not become a barrier to progressing the project. What we know is the need for regeneration in our high street has in the last 4 years become much more acute. It's been recognised pre-pandemic that there was a surplus of retail space. This has been magnified over the last few years with the erosion of our town centre, although there has been some empty retail space taken up recently and some speculative purchase of properties based on the council's potential investment. The decision before us today is to agree to purchase Calendar Square. It's a significant milestone that will help consolidate and look to attract private investment. By reducing the available retail space, repurposing our town centre for more activity bases around leisure, culture and heritage, we can create a more vibrant place that will attract people, including other investment within the hospitality trade, housing and demand for retail opportunities. We are fortunate that we have a good independent retail sector, particularly the Cow Wynd, which is an asset, but we need to push people in that direction. The existing town hall and municipal building sites will be also a key contributor to our town centre regeneration, with both a capital receipt for the site and a contribution which will contribute to the new build, but also as potential future use in housing on the periphery of the town centre and an economic value that will bring to both the town and the council, as well as providing much needed affordable housing in central Falkirk. Cost and affordability are important, but we still have a long way to go. At this stage, costs are indicative. We have not unexpectedly seen costs increase. The cap of 45 million, which was set 3 years ago, was set before construction inflation, and as a result will not get us as much for our 45 million today as it would have 3 years ago. We do, however, have contributions from both the UK and Scottish governments through the growth deal, and who actively promote the use of culture and leisure-led town centre regeneration. There is also potential to explore other aspects of external funding to support the project going forward. In agreeing the purchase, it will enable the master planning for the town centre to be looked at pace, and this will allow a wider visioning of the town centre, looking at the other sites that have been involved as part of the options appraisal and what they might be used for in the future, creating opportunities to what these might be, attracting external investors and therefore creating jobs. Existing investors will be able to take business decisions based on the council's commitment. The Town Hall project is expected to generate 7.7 million, with 5.5 million of that being considered new. The benefits of getting the decisions right are considerable. By putting assets and functions back into our town centre, it will give people reasons to be proud of the town centre as a social, community and commercial space. The details and designs of what the new build will look like is not part of today's debate, and that work is still to come. This will be subject to public and member engagement as the process goes forward. I'm delighted to propose a report which will enable Falkirk Council to take a significant step forward in the long-awaited and much discussed new town hall, recognising the importance of the cultural heart within the vibrant, diverse range of communities, delivery of which has been one of our key priorities. The decision to close Falkirk Town Hall in 2022 was one of the most difficult decisions we will ever have had to take as a council, but the focus is now on delivering a new facility that belongs to everyone across the district and that can enable that wider regeneration of Falkirk Town Centre, bringing jobs and prosperity that we can all share in. I move the report, Provost. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Michael John, do you have a seconder? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Provost, and I'd like to thank Kenneth, Malcolm, Paul and Leslie and others, and in no particular order I hasten to say with that, because they've all done a tremendous amount of work to get to where we are today, and I think everybody would recognise that. Firstly, this report is extremely good news for Falkirk Town Centre and the Falkirk area. Any suggestion otherwise would be incorrect. It clearly shows our commitment to investing in town centres to meet our communities and business needs and drive regeneration of our largest town centre. After years of indecision and kicking into the long grass, we had to take the difficult decision last September to close the old Falkirk Town Hall, which, whilst loved by many, was beyond its lifespan and at that point where its condition just couldn't be sustained. At the time of that difficult decision, we were challenged by some that we were not committed to the arts, heritage and culture, and that the new town hall would not be delivered. Well, today is a key moment in what some said wouldn't happen. The proposal before Council today is to decide on the site for the new facility. When we set out in September 2022, the aspirations for the new town hall were clearly stated as act as a catalyst for physical regeneration of the town centre and be centrally located, act as an enabler for town centre urban realm improvements, be visible and reflect positively on the Council's corporate priorities, be accessible and promote active travel. As we go forward and actually deliver the new town hall, we will seek to ensure it meets the needs of our communities, customers and stakeholders, act as a regional fulcrum for the cultural, art and heritage activities, reflect modern flexible working and aspire to low or zero carbon, be as energy efficient as practically possible. The proposed location at Calendar Square provides us the best opportunity to enable the achievement of these objectives. The new facility will seek to have an auditorium of scale that will enable us to attract good acts as well as support our local artists and groups. There will be spaces that are flexible and will enable a diverse range of activities, a new central library, an advice hub and civic accommodation. This building will be at the heart of our town centre. If we are to have the best chance of achieving these aims and support our town centre at a critical time, we obviously need a site to deliver the new town hall. Calendar Square is set out as that location, and we now need to put behind all the previous indecision and progress the proposals outlined in the report. To delay any further will put the delivery of the new facility in doubt as we face rising costs and have the opportunity to progress a transaction with a willing owner. The outlined timescales in the report and the key stages for delivering the project will give members the opportunity to keep updated with progress and to consider the development of the business case, the design and the delivery. I think we all need to get behind the project, be objective and support officers to get on with delivering what will be a landmark development in the town centre, which will act as the catalyst for the regeneration of the town, deliver a first-class arts, heritage and cultural facility and provide a lasting legacy for future generations that we can be proud of. More than happy to second these recommendations.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment?
I have no amendment.
Okay, Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, Provost.
Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
No amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I don't intend to go back and look at previous decisions either last year or the year before or the year before that. I think we need to look at where we are today and look at what this proposal is in front of us. And I want to say a huge thank you to the officers who have done a huge amount of work in bringing forward this report. It is, I think, going to be impressive that there will be few dissenting voices in relation to this proposal. Maybe I'm misreading the situation. I've done that before, but I doubt that there will be many dissenting voices. Calendar Square looks to us on Falkirk Labour Group side to be a good choice for now, for where we are at the moment and where we're going forward. Where we were before is now irrelevant. So thank you to the officers. We welcome this report. I also want to comment on the very balanced way in which the analysis was done of the different sites, not just bringing forward a fait accompli, but bringing forward a balanced view of the pros and cons of the different site. And I think that's really important for transparency, so that councillors and the public can understand that there has been a serious piece of work done in assessing what we're doing here. I think I would say that my only concerns are related to timescales and potential costs, and both of those will require very, very serious scrutiny over the next few months and years. And so it's important that we're bringing forward at every stage balanced reports like this one that enable people to understand it. So far, I have not had a single critical comment from any constituents in terms of the choice of the site. People concerned about other things, but not in terms of the choice of the site. So I'm happy to support this proposal, and we'll look forward to some of the details that some councillors have asked for before and that we've discussed in our briefing sessions. But we will be looking at the details, and we will be holding officers to account, as is our job. But well done for now for bringing forward this positive proposal.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. Before we bring in Councillor Kerr, Councillor Buchanan's been trying to come in for some time.
Yes, can you hear me okay, Provost?
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Provost, and everybody else. It was really interesting to listen to everybody that was asking questions and the responses coming from Mr. Kettrick. what it did was I've got some concerns, and I'm coming forward with an amendment. I've got some concerns in relation to some of the questions that were asked to Mr. Kettrick and the answers that were given, due to the fact is that there was a lack of.
Councillor Buchanan, do you want to hold off and speak to your amendment and say what you're going to say along with your amendment? And I'll go to Councillor Kerr first.
I'll go to Councillor Kerr first. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. I'm not as long as the last time, so I'll not use my phone. Like the previous speaker, the Conservative and Unionist Group's manifesto stated that we would support the town hall and the high street. We also stated that we would support regeneration of the high street and bring the town hall to the high street is not a silver bullet. That'll no bring everything to it. However, we feel it's a very important step towards regeneration. And hopefully the right decision will be made today, and I'm sure it will be. And I'm sure that there are many external people looking at this decision to see how they will go forward. I'd like to thank everybody who has brought this report today. As already mentioned, the time for design will come forward in due course, and hopefully, as my young learner friend keeps on talking about beauty, it will be a beautiful project because we have the right location and we just need to get the right building. This is an exciting time for Falkirk, and as a gentleman says to me earlier in the week, you're either on the bus or under the bus. And we are happy to support this report, Provost. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. Now go to Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you. I would also like to thank the officers for bringing this forward. This is an initial vote to say that we go ahead on a particular site. The big decisions are yet to come, but we will support this because at the end of the day it's the only show in town, and we must move forward because our area has suffered from lack of investment, and if we move forward with this, then it shows that there is a future for Falkirk Town Centre. A lot of work still to be done in the planning stage, and as we discussed in private session, there's a lot of considerations still to be made. But being a modernist myself, remember that the wheel and the kelpies in our modern buildings have brought the most visitors and produced the most satisfaction to people who come to Falkirk District. So I would like to see something that is reflective of a modern generation that's moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. We'll now go back to Councillor Buchanan, and maybe we could hear what your amendment is, Councillor Buchanan.
Yeah, certainly, Provost. And as I say, every time I come on, that everybody's entitled to opinion in the council, and I'm entitled to mine. As I said initially, having heard some of the questions that were put to Mr. Kettrick, and obviously very professional, came back with the answers. It did not stop me being concerned about some of the issues in terms of the building project. I'm just going to read this out. I wrote this down. I haven't got the skills to come on and send Brian a copy, so I'm going to read this out. And what I'm saying at the moment, Provost, that if I don't get a seconder, I would still like it to be minuted. The amendment simply, due to the high risks involved, that could increase significantly the total cost of this project, that can only really be evaluated after Council's acquisitions of the said properties, plus the total inadequate car parking for what officers believe will increase dramatically the footfall of the town centre, then this proposal should not be supported, and the former municipal buildings and town hall site should be taken forward. Simple.
Okay,
I
thanks.
formally move that amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Buchanan. Do you have a seconder for that?
Well, I'm looking.
I'll happily second it, Councillor Buchanan, okay? Might have come as a surprise to you. Sorry, Provost.
Okay, so Councillor Buchanan's moved his amendment and it's been seconded by Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost.
So we now just open up for debate if anybody's got any comments they'd like to make or whatever. Councillor Steinbeck.
Yeah, I'll be brief, props, because I think many people have contributed on their perspective of beauty and what they want the project to seem like. I hope it comes pretty close to the Falkirk Stadium on 3 PM on a Saturday afternoon, which is my concept of beauty. Thanks, Provost. Falkirk Labour are delighted to support the recommendations for the acquisition of the Calendar Square site. The site will offer a proper town centre location for an auditorium, civic and democratic functions, public library and office space. As councillors, we'll have to be eternally grateful to the officers whose hard work has made this initial stage possible. As the councillor for Falkirk South Ward, there's been many conversations over the last week I've had with residents, businesses, arts group and many other folk across the district, and they want to see the work outlined in this report started as soon as possible. And it's fantastic to see this proposal obtain limited cross-council support. The discussion in relation to our town centre and how we can get it back on the right track is not done with this step. As Mr Kettrick has outlined, there will be extensive engagement with communities and elected members, but it's a substantial positive step in the right direction. It's the right project at the right time. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Steinbeck. Anyone else? Aye, okay.
Councillor Binney. Oh, sorry.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Ritchie first, then we'll come to Councillor Binney. Councillor Ritchie.
Right, it's just a few things I wanted to bring up, Provost. I've still got a lot of concerns in regards to the costing going up due to what's been happening the last few years and whatever. I would have actually supported Councillor Buchanan, but I don't feel municipal buildings is the place for it either, I have got to say. I'm maybe taking this the wrong way, but I just feel we should be waiting 2-3 years until we're in a better position. We are here in Falkirk Council, like other councils all over all over Scotland, actually making cuts. We've got 130 odd buildings that's been taken forward for closure, and we're talking about spending. It could be a lot more than what we've actually set out, 45 million. So I'm not going any further because I know we've got to watch what we're saying here. But I've still got great concerns and I'm going to abstain for the vote because I do feel we should be thinking. We've got Falkirk, the Bowness Town Hall, we've got Grangemouth Town Hall, we've got the Dobie Hall that's been relocated. All the groups, they can be there for another couple of years until, as a council, we can see our way forward with this without doing more damage to the council.
Thanks very much, Councillor Ritchie. We'll now go to Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. I want to thank the Director of Police and obviously his officers for this report. They spent a lot of time actually compiling it, which is very important on the replacement town hall project. To be honest, I'm not going to speak long on this because a lot of people have been speaking, but it's so important to progress this project. Not just for us as councillors, not just for us members in this committee, but for the people of Falkirk and beyond. Really, it's a matter of fact with some speed, or you know what, we're going to lose our reputation further. Because you're probably aware, well maybe some of you councillors aren't aware, that, you know, it was reported it was a freedom of information, not that we want to go back to the past, and, you know, I get Councillor's Hannah point, but £2 million had been spent in reports and studies and consultative and plans. That was the way back in November 21. So we are here now, as a matter of fact. Okay, it's a you report, and there's positivity in this room, and we want to move forward. To be honest, we cannot afford to delay this project any further, use taxpayers' money
for report after report. The business community wants this, the communities want this. It seems the most practical and cost effective. And can I say it's common sense location of this new town hall. So basically, I'm going to agree with the recommendations in this report. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No. I'd like to sum up, Councillor Meikle-John.
I'll do it briefly, Provost. Disappointing that there's not whole council support for this. It would have been really good to be able to move forward as a whole council. So that's disappointing. However, I appreciate other people have different points of view. However, I would have said that the issues that have been raised around cost, parking and risks are things that we still have to deal with. They are things that are real, but these are things that we deal with going forward. It's not for today, and it's a shame that that our really positive outcome from today has been a bit sullied as a result of that. Costs will be up to council. It'll be up to council to make decisions around the cost at the right time when that comes forward. And obviously any building has to be an affordability, but there is a huge cost of not doing this, not taking it forward. And as I'll go back to the point that it's anticipated the value of this capital build, not revenue capital, where people are getting things kind of mixed up and talking about the previous item, is 7.3 million, with 5.5 million of new monies coming into the area, much needed to create that economic regeneration within our town centre, and that in itself will actually be helpful to the council. Similarly, the sale of the site of the municipal buildings and the regeneration of that site will have a very positive outcome on the council area, and it's really disappointing that that's not been accepted by others, and Falkirk's just as entitled to have a town hall as other towns. Delaying it by another couple of years would only put the costs up and potentially degrade our town further. However, we have a decision here today. I think we have a majority from the feeling in the room to go ahead and purchase the site. People are keen to get involved in the design and the development of the project. Our communities are keen to see us get on and do it. So I think that is a very positive point to finish on, and I really hope that others will be able to reflect on that and hope they can support the motion. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. I'd just like to thank the officers who've been involved in this over the years, particularly Leslie Malkin, who's been living and breathing this for many years, and I'm sure she'll be, at the end, when we go to the vote and hear the vote, she'll be breathing a sigh of relief. But it is the right decision, it's the right site. I would have supported that site years ago had it been the chosen site, but it couldn't be that site for different reasons. So I'm glad it's that site, and it will be a boost for Falkirk, and it is good to see the spirit of collaboration across the council and almost a one council approach, which is quite exceptional, and I'm glad to see that collaboration, and everybody has had input to this, and probably, well, we'll see what the vote brings, but get it over the line so we can move forward and deliver for the people of Falkirk. Thank you, and now we'll go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. And the motion, which consists of the recommendations at section 2 in the report, is moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Garner, against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor Buchanan and seconded by Councillor McCabe. We don't have a text to circulate, but the full text will be recorded in the recording of the meeting and available in the record of votes afterwards. But the broad thrust of Councillor Buchanan's amendment related to risks of increased costs, which can only be ascertained after the acquisition of the buildings, the question of the adequacy of parking in the area, and as a consequence of that, the preferred site being the former municipal buildings site. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Brown.
For the motion.
Councillor Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patterson. Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
Abstain.
Councillor Robertson. You're still on mute.
Sorry, for the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Motion.
And Councillor Stately.
Motion.
Provost, there are 23 votes for the motion, there are 2 votes for the amendment, and there's 1 abstention. The motion is carried.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks for your attendance, everyone.
Thanks to the chair. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Buchanan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.